Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan. We're in the offseason, but it doesn't mean me and my co-host, WRAL TV's Chris Lee, take a break from our podcast, Panthers Playbook. In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Panthers news as training camp approaches, insights on the rookies, the free agents, and the surprises, plus all the insider info on the upcoming season. Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcast or watch on YouTube.
This is what WRAL weather coverage sounds like.
Thunderstorm warning right now in the WRAL Severe Weather Center.
When your safety is a priority.
An indication that there is a tornado on the ground, so get in your safe spot
in this area, get in your safe spot right now.
With the tools that make a difference.
WRAL Storm Tracker is inside the storm.
WRAL has the only dual Doppler radar in Wade County.
Hear it and see it every day.
It looks like the storm is doing exactly what we predicted to do.
That's WRAL News. Weather coverage you can count on.
Down on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. Loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166171 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Kids across America are going to school hungry every day. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. Learn more at helpnokidhungry.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Upper 60s, lower 70s, isolated showers as of midday Wednesday with a 20% chance this afternoon and evening, highs in the 70s. Overnight in the 60s, patchy fog, highs mid-80s Thursday with scattered afternoon storms. I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the WRAL Severe Weather Center.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 149 points at 42,194.
Now he'll back in one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven. He gets it to Ekblad and Martinook with a sliding block to knock it to the board. Xander Barkov trying to turn. Slavin takes him down to the ice neatly. Empty net. Jarvis across. Svechnikov hands it off. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina. Sebastian Aho. Another empty net for Carolina. And here's a chance for Stahl. The captain carries it in and bingo!
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. I'm Tim Donnelly, live outside the Lenovo Center, along with Dennis Cox. Graham Hill back at the studio, keeping us up and running. There are those amongst us that did not think we'd be here. Even Canes fans wavered in their moments about if the Canes would even force a Game 5, if they would avoid the sweep in Game 4. They did that in Game 4. They ended the 15-game losing streak in the Eastern Conference Finals. They won their first Eastern Conference Finals game since Rod Brindamore scored the game-winning goal a little less than 20 years ago.
Yeah, 19.
They ended some jokes. They ruined some punchlines for some pundits across the country. And all of that is alleviated. The question is, does that help or does that hurt? Because there had to be urgency in Game 4 that played into, right? The annoyingness of just having to answer that question over and over again. The fear of 2 years ago, you made it this far and got swept. And for the last 2 years, you've had to answer those questions, right? Even if you don't count 2009 against this group, because some of them were in elementary school, even if you don't count that against this group, the most recent one you do, right, for a lot of those guys, and they've had to answer it, and they were staring at least another calendar year of the jokes, and they played desperate, and they played very well, and they put their bodies on the line, and they did whatever was necessary, and they won Game 4. Going into Game 5, you're just as desperate from a playoff perspective, right? It's still lose and go home. You're still
situation doesn't change.
They're still facing elimination if you lose, but you don't have all of that other extracurricular, right? How much does getting the weight off their shoulders help or hurt? Does it matter at all? I actually thought it was kind of funny over the last 48 hours. Seems like the Canes were almost as annoyed, if not more, to answer questions about not having to answer questions about the streak, as annoyed as they were to answer questions about the streak when it was active. It seemed like they were testy about it. And quite frankly, now that we're here, Game 5, those questions are done, right? The questions you answer after this game, there's no media availability between now and puck drop. The questions you answer after will be about this game. Now, I didn't think they were tight or pressing, but there was a certain urgency in Game 4, and they need to mimic that and then some, especially when you look at the injury news we got today from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty clear right from morning skate. There was no Sean Walker. There was no Jalen Chatfield. And that's not great news for the Canes. As much as Nikishin really played well and did some things that were very exciting, and I know the fan base is stoked, Sean Walker and Jalen Chatfield bring a certain amount of trust and responsibility that if they were both healthy, you'd be a lot more confident in. Without them out there, you're depending on 4 rookies again. Blake and Stankoven, you're depending on them by choice anyway. Throw in Scott Morrow, who played 8.5 minutes last game, and about 2 of them came after the second empty netter. So, at least one of them came
minute 45 of it,
after the second empty netter. So you're depending on him for 6 minutes of just hold on out there. Don't do anything that kills us. And then Nikishin. So four rookies out there. Then you flip to the other side. The injury news that we've received about Florida is Reinhart, McCullough, and Greer are all playing today. None of them played in Game 4. Reinhart obviously being one of their top line forwards. McCullough, a third pairing defenseman, and Greer probably a fourth line winger as well. But the thing about the Panthers, one of the strengths of the Panthers that the Canes have had to deal with is there is no rest line, right? Their depth from top to bottom, all skaters, and obviously including Bobrovsky, they come at you in waves. And if you take away, even if it's like, outside of Reinhart, there's a couple of, bottom 6 forward or bottom pairing defensemen, it's like, no, but that's part of it, right? If they had guys in there they were uncomfortable with, then the Canes, you don't want to say caught their breath, but didn't have to be as alert with a lesser player out there. With all 3 of them playing, it ain't gonna be easy for the Canes, right? The news that we got today makes it more difficult for the Canes.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't expecting easy, right?
No.
The Game 4 win for the Canes is the metaphorical, like now you have their attention, right? You knew you were going to get the best version of the Panthers today, and you have to be prepared for that, let alone, and Dennis and I did some deep dives into the stats, and I'm not going to give you all the numbers because it can bog you down. You'll just have to take our word for it. The Panthers have played better on the road than at home this postseason, and it's not particularly close.
7-2 on the road.
And
43 goals scored.
And the deeper you go into the I feel like maybe our subconscious was diving into the numbers, hoping to be like, oh, well, actually, no. They got a little lucky on the road. Did it? No. Every number we brought up was more like, ooh, all right, they're going to have to be really good today. Ooh, all right, they're going to have to be even better today.
They've scored 5 or more goals on the road 6 times. 6 out of 9, 5 or more goals.
Power play better on the road. There's like I said, we're not going to go into the numbers, but they're dramatic. So I say all of that to say this. Canes have to play better than they did in Game 4, and they beat the Canes have to play better than they did in Game 4, and they beat the Panthers 3-0 in Game 4.
Yeah.
And they have to play better today. And it is, I like to name my theories. It's Apollo 13, right? The scene I reference in Apollo 13 all the time is when they come back and, they have like a cardboard box, some duct tape, and a pencil sharpener. I forget what they actually had.
A plastic bag.
And you need to make an air purifier where they can like replace the oxygen. They come back and say like, we can't do it. I don't think you understand. I'm not asking you. You got to do it. Like, there's Yoda, the do or do not. There is no try. The Canes have to play better today. And if you come back and say, oh, I don't know if we can. No, this wasn't a two-way conversation. This was me talking to you. You have to play better today. And if that means Slavin playing 30 minutes, that means Slavin playing 30 minutes. Rod Brindamore earlier today was asked how comfortable he is extending Slavin's minutes. This is what Rod had to say.
Very comfortable. I mean, if he could play all of them, we would, and he'd want to too. So, we know the situation. We have to. We don't have a choice. So, it's a good choice to have, and if he can handle minutes, he's going to be out there.
Yeah, he is a good choice to have. The good news about Slavin is, and this is part of the reason why we talk about his contract aging so well, his game aging so well, is at times he's so good technique-wise, positioning-wise, that he doesn't have to expend all of the energy. Right? He's very rarely sprinting to catch up because he's always there waiting for it. So, if we talked about it, if you don't want to play Morrow and Slavin has to eat those minutes, Slavin has to eat those minutes. If Burns has to play, we know Burns is prodigious in his conditioning, particularly for someone who's 40.
He's older than me.
It is like winning conditioning competitions and things. There's no reason to save anything in the tank, right? There's no reason to say Aho, right? Aho's playing every special team. If he has to be out there a little bit more because you trust him more than others, you keep him out there and you trust him more than others. I will give you one number just because it stood out to me. Scott Morrow was a healthy defenseman for the Canes in their last game. He played 6 minutes and 18 seconds of even strength hockey in Game 4. Slavin played 6 minutes and 10 seconds shorthanded.
Yeah.
If that's what it's going to take, that's what it's going to take. I'd much rather, ride the horses the entire race if you have to. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking forward to. You can be tired tomorrow, right? Or actually, we'll use the phrase that they use, right? You can rest on the bench.
Yeah.
And if you're not on the bench, you don't get the rest.
Yeah.
If you stay out there, you don't get to rest. And we heard stories, kind of anecdotes of guys who maybe are a little less comfortable on a penalty kill, ready to go over the wall and onto the ice, and Slavin waves them off and says, "No, I'm still good. I got this."
Mm-hmm.
Do that all day, Slavin. Like if that's what it takes. I trust you at 80% fatigue as much as I trust anybody else out there at 100%. It is a by any means, leave it all on the ice moment for the Canes today. You got to be better than you were in Game 4, and I look forward to watching them try. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We will have first goal scorer predictions in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:33 as always. So start thinking about who will score the first goal for the Canes and in what period.
We're taking them online already.
Taking them online in the 99.9 The Fan YouTube. Just search for it. It's easy to find in our live stream. You go into the comments. Let us know who you think will score the first goal and in what period. You can also send them to us on Twitter. I put a tweet out asking for them earlier today at Donnelly Sports. Bunch of comments there already. Appreciate all of you. Again, that is in the 4 o'clock hour, where we open up the phone lines, 3 official contestants. There's an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate on the line. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, one of the rookies I think could be a leader today. He's not just luggage here. He can be a driver. I'll tell you which one and how coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Do you ever go to the Carolina Hurricanes games and find yourself thinking, what do the players eat before the game? What are their pregame rituals? What kind of music gets them pumped up ahead of the game? How sacred is the game day nap? What's the postgame mood on the team plane? Check out my new podcast, Iced Tea, with me, Megan LaMontagne. I get to talk to people who spill the tea on the Carolina Hurricanes. Listen to Iced Tea in any podcast app or watch the show on the Fan YouTube channel.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in the Triangle. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Super Speedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Tasty up, tasty up.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Only on Prime.
Heineken Silver is a world-class light beer with only 2.9 carbs and 95 calories. It keeps things light and refreshing all year round. It's like rain showing up to cool things off and then politely leaving. It's like cracking open a window and nailing the cross breeze. So, as we move into the warmer weather, grab a crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver and taste the difference. Only 2.9 carbs and 95 calories. Available at your local Heineken retailer or for delivery at Heineken.com/silver now. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hit him hard! Keith Urban's High and Alive World Tour. Saturday, May 31st at Coastal Credit Union Music Park, Raleigh. A night of hits with special guests Chase Matthew, Alana Springsteen, and Carly Scott Collins. It's going to be a party you don't want to miss. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Keith Urban, part of the Mattress Warehouse Concert Series.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take?
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Get out. That's super fast. Super fast like an F1 pit stop.
Sir.
Huh?
We're all done. I even topped off your fluid and checked your tires.
But I was so close to the finish line.
Get in and out fast with Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change. And check out the movie F1 starring Brad Pitt, only in theaters June 27th. This film is not yet rated.
Burns is shot out in front. Oh, scores! On the power play! play. Carolina has even this game at 1. A huge power play goal right when they needed it.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Graham Hill producing the show back at the studio, bringing some hootie out of the break. Darius Rucker expected to be in the building tonight, rooting on the Carolina Hurricanes. We are outside the building, the Lenovo Center, where Game 5 will be taking place as the game inches ever so closer. We are under 5 hours away from game time. That's how you know we're getting real. By the way, we haven't updated this yet. I know if you're around the Triangle this morning, kind of a wet and dreary, rainy kind of day. Seems to be clearing up.
Yeah,
like it's actually got a nice cool breeze here, a little humid, but not too bad. If you were planning on bugging out of work a little early, getting out here and tailgating, there's no reason I think to put those plans on hold.
I mean, low mid 70s, rains should be out of the area by now. It's perfect.
It's
wonderful.
It's all there, and we're speaking from experience. We're literally right outside of the Lenovo Center as we speak.
Come say hi.
Yeah,
for real.
Why not? Come make your first goal score prediction in person. We welcome that. Looking at tonight, there's the question I have, and it's not just last game. Goes back the last 3-4 games, maybe a couple games even in earlier series. Is it okay for a rookie to be depended on as a tone setter for a team in the Eastern Conference Finals, for a team that is amongst the Final Four, for a team that sees themselves as a cup contender? Is it okay for a rookie, not in every way, but in one specific way, to be a tone setter? If you talk to coaches, you talk to college coaches, they don't love depending on freshmen. If you talk to coaches, they don't love depending on rookies, maybe not even second-year players. They want to depend on a 12-year vet.
Generally not, yeah.
I think Logan Stankoven can be a very particular type of tone setter for the Carolina Hurricanes. Emotion's not the right term, but maybe like juice or energy is the right term, where you look to him and everybody tries to match his level, which you hear about in sports. I was because I'm a sports nerd, I was listening to the Paul George podcast the other day.
Okay.
And he was talking about the time he spent as Russell Westbrook's teammate. And Paul George, right, he's kind of got that low-key, sleepy. He said, like, there are days I'd show up at practice, and it'd be the middle of a long season. We'd have 3 days off, and you kind of little sleep. And he's like, Russell is dunking everything in warm-ups, and you just couldn't help but, all right, I guess I got to go a little bit harder. And you try to match, and you never will, but you try to match him, and it raises everybody. I think that could be Stankoven. There's been multiple games, especially during the lulls, where I'm going like, everybody seems like they're moving in slow motion, except for number 22, right? Except for Stankoven. And he scored the first goal of the game for the Canes yesterday, and it was a literal game changer. And Nikishin set him up, and it was beautiful, but it's happened multiple times now. The reason why we call him Mr. Game 1, I mean, talk about tone setters, right? The very first postseason game, he scored 2 goals. The very first game of the next series, he scores a goal. The very first win of this series, he scored the opening goal. And it's not just goals. Goals are easy to notice. Everybody does, right? You could be the most casual fan. You're on your phone the entire time. You're going to look up when someone scores a goal. Those are obvious. If you are like locked in, you'll notice this guy most possessions. And if your studs, right, if your highest paid guys, if your most productive guys are different personalities, meaning maybe a little bit quieter, a little bit more introvert, maybe they aren't the type to score and flex. Let Stankoven be the one whose energy everyone's trying to match. And still, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying like take the puck out of some of these other guys' hands and give it to Stankoven. I'm just saying there's something there that needs to be a puzzle piece that works into this team. The example I always use for this is like your best player, sometimes there's one specific thing that he's not good at, right? I use Shaq as the example.
Yeah.
Shaq was fantastic in all portions of the game except the last 4 minutes. right? Then all of a sudden they could foul, and the free throws became a thing. If you needed a three, he wasn't going to be the one to take it. They would deny. So he wasn't good closing games. He won championships with Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade, two of the best closers of all time, where Shaq could say, listen, I'll take everything except the last four. Then you go ahead and you take the last four, right? That it's just the one hole in his game was filled in. The puzzle piece was filled in by someone else.
Mm-hmm.
If Aho or Svech or Jarvis, whoever you want to pick as like the main top guys for the Canes, if they're just by nature a little bit more low key, and Stankoven by nature is a little bit more go, he can fill in just that one little part. Everybody can rise to his juice level, and then it's solved. That's what I'm looking for. And by the way, I'm not saying like no energy. Like, we know Jarvis has energy. Jarvis is, I think, more a little bit comedic relief, right? He's a little bit more youthful exuberance, and Stankoven, ironically, is one of the few guys younger on the team.
Yeah.
But his is more like intense, angry energy. Like, watch him score, and his face is like, right? There's not a lot of smiling going on. That was an official term. By the way, Shaq was really good at the keeping everything light as well, right? Jarvis with the jokes and my two dads and all of this stuff, and then Kobe was the edge and the energy. Like, that all works together. So, if you're looking for, roster building, it's not just, hey, we don't have anybody that likes to be a net front presence, let's go get a net front presence. It might also be, hey, our most talented guys are a little bit more low key. Let's go get somebody who's, I guess the opposite would be high key, and put them together, which may have been part of that trade. Like, I'm gonna say something that is, I understand it's not the full story. Mikko Rantanen for Dallas, right? Right now, Dallas is in the Western Conference Final against Edmonton. They're down 3-1. Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals, down 3-1. They've each played 4 games. Logan Stankoven, 2 goals and an assist, 3 points. Mikko Rantanen, no goals, 2 assists, 2 points, right? Like, Logan Stankoven has more points in the conference finals than Mikko Rantanen. And in the trade, they got Logan Stankoven, 2 first-round picks and 2 third-round picks in exchange for Mikko Rantanen. Again, I know that's not telling the whole story. There was a whole series against the Avalanche, on and on and on and on. But what I'm getting at here is, when they were bringing this team together, and it was so obvious that Mikko didn't fit, it may have been, for as talented as he is, as big as he is, as talented of a scorer as he is, didn't have enough juice. Right? He's somebody who's more like, the cold-blooded assassin who's like, I'll be over here. You feed me the puck, I'll score. But, I'm not a rah-rah guy. If that's what it is, and Logan's more rah-rah or more whatever you want to call it, Logan Stankoven's a better fit.
I think the big thing for Stankoven, the reason why he does set that tone, like you mentioned, is the fact that he's the smallest guy on the ice. And it's not the fact that he's the smallest guy on the ice, but the smallest guy on the ice is willing to actually go into the corners and hunt pucks amongst the bigger guys. He's willing to put his stick down on the ice, go to the blue paint, and take a beating, but that's where he knows he needs to be. He does all the dirty work that you want everyone else to do. If the smallest guy on the ice is willing to do it, then damn it, I better be willing to do it too.
Do you know what I love about that, even to take it one step further? It's one thing to be a smaller guy that is willing to do that, but a lot of them are in there thinking, I know this isn't my game, right? Or I know anything I give, digging pucks out of the corner against bigger dudes is bonus, it's surplus, it's icing on the cake. If you ever see Logan Stankoven in a battle against the boards with somebody that seems twice his size, and he doesn't come out of the corner with the puck,
yeah,
you see him like shaking his head or screaming or like visibly frustrated that he didn't get it done. It's not just that he does the things maybe bigger than his size, it's that he expects to do them and he's mad when he doesn't, which is a different vibe. That's the energy I'm talking about.
And he does it more often than not. So wait a second, that guy's winning a board battle against a guy that's 6'2", 205. I should be able to go in there and also do the exact same thing. He gets to the right spot. He plays with intensity, and he's just Jordan Martinook used the term, he's a dog on a bone.
Yep.
That's what he is. And he has that mentality that fits what Carolina Hurricanes, the hockey, is all about.
And if that lets, I'm just going to pick one of them, if that lets Aho be himself more, where it's just like, oh, I'll be, doing everything on both sides of the ice, winning faceoffs, killing penalties on the like. If that lets him do everything more within his natural disposition, I'm for it, right? Rather than what I think I've been doing most of the season, which is asking Aho to be something he's not, right? I want him to get mad. I want him to be more selfish. I want him to do this rather than asking him to be something he's not. Go find somebody else that can fill that particular lane while Aho does the rest. That's more what I'm looking towards. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are live outside the Lenovo Center for Game 5, and we'll be here for the next 3.5 hours before we turn things over to Adam Gold for Stormwatch, and then obviously the broadcast right here on 99.9 The Fan of Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So stop out and say hi. If you're coming out, if you're tailgating, come on by, give us a high five, give us a first goal scorer prediction. We'd love to hear from you. When we come back, next up, you know that Florida, as much as we might not like them or as much as they might annoy us, you know that they are a talented roster, and they are not going to go quietly. They're not just going to get pushed around because the Canes bowed their neck in Game 4. What adjustments do you seem to see, or do you expect to see, I should say, from the Panthers, and what do the Canes have to do to counter those counters? It's coming up next. Stick around.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here's Svechnikov, 2 minutes remaining. Svechnikov puts up angle, he scores!
Let's go, Canes!
Hall all alone, in on Thompson, Hall scores!
Go Canes!
Wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
The Canes' road to the Stanley Cup runs through us. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Westwood One Sports presents this special tennis update. The night session is underway in Paris, where second-round matches roll on. 15th-seeded American Francis Tiafoe is playing unseeded Spaniard Pablo Carreño Busta. A thrilling come-from-behind win for 12th-seeded American Tommy Paul. He rallied from 2 sets down to beat unseeded Hungarian Martin Fucsovics in 5 sets. A gutsy effort from Paul, who appeared to be playing hurt, dealing with a groin injury. Defending champ Carlos Alcaraz had to work for it. He beat unseeded Hungarian Fabian Marozhin 6-1, 4-6, 6-1, 6-2. A pair of upsets, though, on the men's side on day 4. 7th-seeded Casper Ruud, the Norwegian, becoming the second top 10 player to exit early following a 4-set loss to Portugal's Nuno Borges. And 23-year-old Italian Matteo Gigante surprised 20th-seeded Stefano Tsitsipas in 5 sets. With this tennis update, I'm Erica Herskowitz, Westwood One Sports.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. And now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Hurry into your Jeep brand dealer for details today and join the family. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers will qualify. Restrictions apply. Does not apply to leases. Ends June 2nd, 2025. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
And we're back talking all things connectivity with Spectrum customers Kev and Melissa. So tell us, how long have you been with Spectrum, and how important is a reliable internet connection?
We've been Spectrum customers since we moved 12 years ago. The first thing we did is sign up for Spectrum Internet.
You get a lease, you get Wi-Fi.
Yes,
immediately.
We need that. We had Spectrum Wi-Fi before our couch got here.
That's true. That's a true story.
I'll sleep on the floor, but I won't go to bed with no internet.
You heard it here. Switch to Spectrum now.
Dear McDonald's, your breakfast menu? Fire. 10s across the board. I could be happy with anything, even though I order the same thing every time. Thanks for not judging me. I'll try something new next time. Maybe.
Get your faves for less. Buy a sausage McMuffin with egg for $2.50. Add any size Sprite for $1.49. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. TNCs apply. Available in app only.
Down on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Get cash out now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated the kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. Loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166171 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
No, we haven't gotten the official call on Sam Bennett, but the Canes on the power play. Stankoven out in front to Jarvis. They score. A big power play goal for Carolina to maybe get a little bit of life here. They didn't waste any time on the power play.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We're live outside the Lenovo Center, where Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals and the Stanley Cup playoffs will be taking place later tonight, right inside the building to our right. Also, just from sitting where we're sitting, and if I duck, I can see it. Sight for sore eyes, they have 9 flags outside the building.
They do.
For those of you that haven't been to a playoff game here at the Lenovo Center, they put one of the flags that you see like on the logo.
Yeah, the warning flags.
The warning flags. They I don't mean plaster it. I don't even know what you would call it. They press it, hang it from the outside of the building. And there's 16 slots, 16 areas where you can put one of the flags. And obviously you need 16 wins in a postseason to hoist the Stanley Cup. So after every win, they go up there, they get the like rising canopy, and they put it on there. After winning a home game, it's a whole thing. The fans all get out there, they cheer and they put it up. This is the first time they've won 9 since they won the Stanley Cup back all the way back in the mid 2000s. Now obviously they went on to win all 16.
Yeah.
But I made this point because it's a point that I've been updating as the playoffs have gone along here the last couple of rounds. There was a point when it was actually the third win, so whatever it was, Game 4 against the Caps in the second round. When the Canes won that game, they officially had 1 more games this year in the postseason than last year.
Yeah.
And the point I made was, and I actually have the list here, and I'll bring it right up for you.
They won 6 last year.
They won 6 because they won 2 in the second round before being eliminated. It's right here. Hold on.
By the way, that series against the New York Rangers last year, they fell behind 3-0 in that series and then won the next 2, and then could have won Game 6. Should have won Game 6.
You could easily say that.
And then there was the Chris Kreider third period.
We don't have to revisit all of that.
Just speaking truths.
But you are completely right. But the point I made was, of last year's playoff roster, they lost Jake Gensel, Brady Shea, Martin Necas, Evgeny Kuznetsov, Teuvo Teravainen, Jack Drury, Stefan Nason, and Brett Pesce, who played 2 games. All of those players, they got, for the most part, younger and for the most part cheaper to replace all of them because they did have to pay some guys that did stick around. And they made it further, right? So I said that when they won Game 3 against the Caps. And my point was, GM Eric Tulsky, he cooked a little bit. And then when they won the second round, when they beat the Caps and they eliminated them in 5 games, I had updated it. And it was no longer just you won more games in the postseason. It was you've now won more series in the postseason. than you did last year, despite losing all of those names I mentioned and replacing them with, for the most part, younger and cheaper players. As of right now, I've updated it to the Canes have now lost Gensel, Shea, from last year's playoff roster and won more games in the postseason than they have in any year since 2006.
Yep.
That is, for all of the complaints, and I know there were many, for all of the barbs thrown in the heat of being really bummed that your team was giving up 5 and 6 goals in every game, for all of those barbs thrown, give the front office some credit. They've put together a roster that is good enough to do something that no Canes roster has done in almost 20 years. And on top of that, there's still room to improve, right? We were doing a comparison, and it wasn't all just because we're petty against Mikko Rantanen, but there was some of that. We were doing a comparison in the office today between Dallas's offseason prospects and the Canes' offseason prospects, as far as what kind of resources, what kind of money under the cap, what kind of trade capital, how many players are due a gigantic raise on each roster. And without going too far down into the nitty-gritty, the Canes have a lot of upward mobility, and Dallas really doesn't. Outside of what we talk about with the Stanley Cup playoffs all the time, which is, I believe any year there's like 6 or 7 teams that could win a cup, and the percentages are different, but all you can really do as a team is continuously be one of those 6 or 7 teams as much as you can and hope you get the breaks at this time of the year one time. And outside of Dallas saying like, well, we can run it back with exactly what we have, or maybe a tad bit less because guys are going to go get paid elsewhere and hope that we get the breaks. Outside of that, there's not a ton of options for them to improve. The Canes officially have won more games in any year going back to 2006. And I guess you could say since they've been Canes, really only 06 and 02 have they won more than they did this year. And there's still a lot of upward mobility. So tip your cap, right? You don't have to give them a trophy, right? They're trying to win their own. You don't have to give them a trophy, but tip your cap to the front office a little bit here and the coaching staff for getting the most out of the roster, for getting them to a place that is not frequented very often.
You mentioned the banners that hang up here on the side of the Lenovo Center, which is, again, just sitting right to our right.
Yep. If I duck under our tent, I can see them.
It's amazing still, like, how close the Canes are to a cup. They're one of 4 teams left. There's still 7 slots empty that it takes. It just goes to show you how difficult it actually is to win a cup, let alone win in the postseason a single round or 2. There's still 7 slots open. They're that close to a cup, but yet it's still that far away.
Part of the genius of really any playoff that has – actually, really, I'll go with this. Any playoff that has 7-game series. The genius is you win 2 series, you feel like you're knocking on the doorstep, right? You feel like you're right there. There's only 3 other teams, but in actuality, you're only 50% of the way there, right? The Canes, when they beat the Caps, jumping into the Eastern Conference Finals. You start calling a series with the word finals. You feel like you're close, right? You don't have finals before the end.
Yeah.
Eastern Conference Finals. But when they beat the Caps in Game 5, they were 50% of the way there. 8 out of 16. So you're right. They are still very, very far from achieving anything where it involves hoisting a cup, but they're closer than they've been in any year since they actually did it. So it's so close yet so far. I just want to point out that, going into this year, looking at how many points and goals vacated and went elsewhere and signed big contracts, and you felt bummed that they left, and you saw the way when the Canes eliminated the Devils, that they reacted to Pesce, that they reacted to Steph Nason. Like, you could tell that there was a bummer nature of kind of breaking up some of the group, but to be right here where the Canes stand with us, outside the Lenovo Center for a Game 5, it's worth just a hint of take a step back and appreciate it, right? Just a hint of take a step back, be excited before you dive right back into out for blood, cutthroat, forget the everything wishy-washy I just said. Who cares, right? You can look back on those memories, and when your career is over right now, you need like Brad Pitt and Troy talking about lions. Like you just need to go all out. I get that. But for a fan, right, if you are coming out to the Lenovo Center, I guess I'll say, If you're coming out to the Lenovo Center and you're going to be tailgating, and you can see this part, right? It's facing Carter Finley Stadium for those of you that know the area, and you're facing this part of the Lenovo Center. Get a cool beverage in your hand, maybe something that got some bubbles in it, right? Something that'll make you feel a little nice, and take a minute and stare at the flags because it hasn't looked like that in almost 2 decades. And then get right back into fired up and ready to go cheer and be loud and get crazy when the Canes are on a power play and all of those things. But shout out to GM Eric Tulsky. He cooked a little bit there.
Well, he needs some of those guys that were brought in, or at least that were kept back from last year, obviously, to get a few tonight. Like Seth Jarvis got that.
Okay, you're talking about the returners.
Yeah, like the guys who return. Like, we need to get a few tonight. To me, obviously, that first goal matters most.
Mm-hmm.
I think going back to Game 4, the way they played, I even posted this on X just before Stankoven scored. I said Carolina has to reward themselves for how well they played by getting a lead. Because I felt like if Florida took a lead 1-0 after having been outplayed, it's just like, you know what? We did everything we're supposed to do, and yet we're still trailing. Carolina getting that first goal is going to matter so much because every time Carolina has scored a first goal, at least I'm saying every time, the first 2 games here, Florida got goals early. And guess what it did? It kills the crowd. And we all know how much Carolina feeds off the audience here and the fans here at Lenovo. Carolina can't let Florida get that lead and silence the crowd tonight. Carolina gets that first one, this place is going to go nuts.
There is some responsibility. I like how you put it with the guys that were kept around. I mean, there's a couple of former Canes prospects doing their thing with Florida.
Yeah,
if
Forsling.
if you watched the Stanley Cup playoffs across the board, there's a lot of like, oh yeah, that guy. Oh yeah, he was. How did he leave the system? Like, they're all over the place. There is some, like, I'm thinking of like a middle school basketball team or something where after tryouts, you call in like the 12th man on a 12-man roster and go, listen, there were 3 that I wanted for this spot and I chose you. I need effort all the time. Like, I need you to make me right because I'm betting on you over 2 other guys that were deserving, right? It's obvious. The former Canes or former Canes prospects on Florida were worthy of being, legit NHL contributors. But this is the core that the Canes decided to build around, make them right. Let's look at Florida, right? You brought up some of the home and road and crowd environment. Florida plays really well on the road.
At least this postseason. Regular season, they were 20-19-2 on the road, so 500.
And I wonder, and this is just we're just chitter chattering. I wonder if Marchand had something to do with that because he was relatively new. I think he played 10 regular season games with the Panthers, and he's obviously someone that brings a certain amount of attitude. Not to compliment him too much, but they're shooting.
Hey, facts are facts.
They're shooting rats at him as they walk off the ice after wins. Here's what I mean by that is there are certain players that just they like shutting up road teams, road crowds more than they like firing up their own crowd. And Florida has a bit of that this postseason. So as they come into the Lenovo Center, right, I know some of these competitors who would almost rather end the series on the road than at home in some weird, sadistic, cynical, like, oh, we could have ended it in 4, but I wanted their families to watch.
There's like you said, sadistic satisfaction of silencing a crowd.
So you have to expect that kind of energy from Florida, match it and exceed it, right? Again, I don't want to compliment them too much, but respect where it's due. They've got good players. They're big. They're fast. All that stuff. And they're going to watch the film. They're going to see Game 4, and they're going to come with adjustments. They're going to watch Game 4. They're going to watch the film, and they're going to see that the Canes blocked 1 billion shots, right? They're going to see that. And then what I mean by that is not just Freddie. I mean, Martinook was stepping in front of shots. Slavin was stepping in front of shots. Really, anybody on the blue line was stepping in front of shots. So I would expect way more physicality in front of the net from Florida, right? If you're going to get deflections, if you're going to block shots, they're going to want somebody there to take advantage of that chaos. They're going to want somebody setting screens. They're going to want somebody getting in the way of those Canes, trying to get in the way of the puck. So expect a bit more physicality in front of the net, in front of Freddie for Florida, and be ready to fight that with physicality of your own. Don't get pushed around. I think they're going to go watch film. And what they're going to see is, and this is something we talked about after Game 4. You're going to look at the Canes and go, did we notice those two guys were skating together? Right? They're going to watch it and go, we didn't even have Gostisbehere, who's number 4 on the PK, right?
Yeah.
What's going on there? Was that Slavin skating with the rookie? Was that Slavin and Nikishin? Like, there's all these unusual pairings. If I am a team and I see the Canes, and by the way, the Canes had to, right? It's not like they were out there like, unveiling some super secret plan. Like, all year we've been hiding Gostisbehere, the penalty killer. They had to go out there because guys were tired and they needed bodies. Jankowski on the power play at the end, whatever. My point is this: if I'm Florida and I see an unusual pairing, I'm going to try to confuse you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to move the puck laterally. I'm going to try to run some set pieces. I'm going to try to get those screens. I'm going to try to tire you out. I'm going to try to confuse you because I know Slavin and Burns, they can communicate telepathically, right? They've been out. They can glance at each other and go like, not only did they just decide who they're marking on the play, but also like checked up on each other's families. They like,
kids.
Yeah, exactly. They had full conversations with glances. But if you have Slavin and Nikishin out there, that shorthand doesn't exist, right? They don't even speak the same language in a lot of ways because Nikishin's still working on his English. I would expect more complicated things from the Florida Panthers in that respect. And also, it was said on the broadcast. It was noticed by me. The Canes, and I've given a lot of credit to Orlov and Martinook for this, but it wasn't just them. They fought back physically more in Game 4 than we had seen.
Yeah.
There was a bit of it, actually, I'll give them credit too. At the beginning of Game 3, I thought there was more physicality and more fighting back and more bullying the bully and that kind of thing. But definitely in Game 4, definitely headlined by Martinook and Orlov, there's more pushing back, more fighting back. You know the names, right? Like, Kachuk. And I mean, how many times? The Canes put out a collage of praise for Slavin, right? Like, the best defensive defenseman, and it had a bunch of praise from, Bleacher Report or this guy, that guy, basically praising Slavin. Do you think Alexander Barkov enjoyed that for 2 days everybody talked about how physical Slavin was with Alexander Barkov, right? Do you think Kachuk enjoyed for 2 days everybody discussing him as an embellisher? Like, no, of course not, right? Those guys are going to show up with a mean streak, and the Canes have to be not only willing but raring to, chomping at the bit to match that, right? If some, like, we used to call it self-scout, but it's really just watching the film. Watch the film and pretend you're them, right? Like, watch the film and pretend you're Florida. What would have upset you the most? What is Paul Maurice, when the door is shut, yelling at his players about? Because that's what they're going to do the best and with the most energy in Game 5. And for the first time in the series, by the way, the Canes gave them a whole bunch of things to think about. They gave them a whole bunch of things that they're going to have to worry about, and they're going to try to answer, return, serve, whatever you want to call it.
So I'm curious. We saw Florida last year in the Stanley Cup Final against the Edmonton Oilers take a 3-0 series lead.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, it's Game 7.
Yep.
You think that's creeping in their heads in terms of like, whoa, okay, hold on. We messed around and almost found out last year. We're not going to play around this year. Let's try and take care of business. We let them have the one, but let's try and take care of business. That's something if in my head that's human nature that has to creep in if I'm a Florida Panther.
I think the Canes, and I think they should talk about it. I think if you win this one, it's in their head big time.
Yeah.
Because put it, same idea for us with the Canes. Game 1, they lost the Eastern Conference Final. The streak, it's just one, right? They played bad. If they win Game 2, who cares? They won Game 2. Right now that streak is what everybody's talking about. Now they lost. It's the second one, right? It's the that's not a coincidence. That's a trend. Right? The Canes, I believe. And like I said, to talk about it, I would have said this in a pregame speech. If you win this one today, they're scared, right? Sure, you're still down in the series. You're down 3-2, but you have the momentum, and now last year is creeping into their brain, right? And now every time they've had a lead and it's come down to a game 7, right? Because even as recently as last series, they had a chance to close it out in game 6
at home
against Toronto at home, and Toronto bullied them a bit. Now
they shut out 2-0.
They bounced back in a big way in game 7.
Very true.
But they also won game 7 last year. But there's enough, like, just get me to game 7 and we'll figure it out there. If you win this one, suddenly the nerves, the pressure really flips sides. It goes into the other locker room, and I think that's worthwhile of a conversation.
Especially since Florida, like we mentioned, on the road is 7-2. They're 4-4 at home.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's imperative because Carolina's been so good at home throughout this season and the postseason as well. Barring the first 2 games of this series, there's a reason why you have home ice advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, take care of home ice. Do that today. Like, that's the big thing for Carolina. You have home ice. Take advantage of it. And this is also a Florida Panthers team that since May 5th, we're talking 3.5 weeks, not even 3.5 weeks. This is their 12th game in 23 days.
Yeah.
That's a ton of hockey that these guys have played. Their 12th game in 23 days, going back to game 1 of their series against the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's a lot. They've only had an extra day of rest one time in that stretch. Otherwise, it's been every other day. I know you get in that routine, but Reinhart obviously is hurt. I know he's playing today. Mikkola coming back today, but obviously coming back off an injury. Also, Greer coming back off of an injury as well, playing today. But these guys obviously aren't 100%. Obviously, the Canes guys are. Matthew Tkachuk's been playing through something since the end of the season. Like, he missed a whole bunch at the end of the season, came back for the playoffs. He's still fighting through something. Like, I think this is where Carolina, with the extra rest that they had and the legs and the way they skate, can really wear down Florida. Like, that's what they have to do. Grind that team down.
Here's another reason why winning tonight is such a if you win tonight, it's a different series for a bunch of reasons. But, I talked about this when the Canes lost game 1 without Chatfield.
Yeah.
And at the time, at least I, based on context clues, thought there was a really good chance Chatfield would play game 2.
We thought.
It seemed like he was close to playing game 1. He was skating on off days and everything between game 1 and game 2.
Even took warm-ups game 2.
And I remember saying, if Chatfield plays, it allows you to distance yourself from the game 1 loss. To go, all right, yeah, we got kicked around a little bit in game 1, but that was before we had Chatty back. And it gives you just that 1 degree of separation. If the Panthers lose today, that removes the Reinhart separation. That removes the Greer, the Mikkola separation, where they say, like, yeah, we lost game 3, but that was without. Then suddenly it's like, oh, they beat us with all our guys. Oh, we've crumbled after a 3-0 lead in the like, all of this kind of starts to pile up on them, and they're human. Right? They may be competitors. They're better skaters than us. They're a lot of times bigger, faster, stronger than us, but they're human, just like the rest of us. Not a different species, although it seems like that at some times based on their athletic ability. It all piles up on them in the same way it does for any of us when snowballs start going in the opposite direction. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, from live outside the Lenovo Center. That segment right there got me kind of fired up. I'm ready to roll. Who wants to go skate right now? I'll put you into the boards.
Let's go.
I'll put you into the boards.
Let's go.
But we will take a detour from hockey just for a second, because Carolina Panthers, the real Panthers, OTAs are going on. So observations from day 1 coming up next.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it up. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina, Sebastian Aho!
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Superspeedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy? Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Chase me up, chase me up.
Only on Prime.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned Cajun fried whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to RitchieLaw.com.
That's RitchieLaw.com.
They score! Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Middle of the day Wednesday, temperatures upper 60s, lower 70s with an isolated shower. Heading into the afternoon, 20% chance and highs in the mid-70s. Overnight, we're in the mid-60s, patchy fog. Low to mid-80s Thursday with scattered afternoon storms. I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the WRAL Severe Weather Center.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 258 points at 42,800.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Do you realize how, here for football at 4, how much Carolina Panthers fans would give up if it meant that they could be in a conference championship game, even if they're going into the fourth quarter with a 2-score deficit? Even if they could, the equivalent of down 3-1 going into game 5.
Yeah.
Just to be in the NFC championship game and down big.
Yeah, I think they would take 7 straight playoff appearances.
Yeah. With at least one playoff win in each of the last 7 years.
Yeah, I know. Imagine getting to the divisional round or the conference championship game every year for those 7 straight years.
But if there's anything we learned from the Canes and that success, is that it doesn't just start when the playoffs start, right? It doesn't. You have to go back and you have to grind through your ups and downs throughout a season. You have to put together the roster. You have to build the culture. They have to fit in. How many times have we seen a blue liner join the Canes and for the first 15, 20 games go, they are lost out there, only to that postseason trust them to skate 18 minutes against one of the best scoring teams in the league. It has to be a process. So the Canes for this season are right at the end of that process, right? You're finding out if what you did was enough. The Panthers for this upcoming season are quite literally right at the beginning of that process. They had their first OTA, which is voluntary This past weekend, yesterday, there's no fines if you don't show up. It's just kind of ominous if you don't show up. Some have workout bonuses and things where you don't get the bonus if you don't show up. Some players have that in their contracts, but for the most part, you're just not there. And coaches are just a little bit perturbed by it. There's very little. This is like a yearly PSA. Very little concrete, hard news, factual, anything that I take away from OTAs or mini camps. But what I do is there are occasionally things that pop up that you just go, oh, I'm going to file that away, and I'm going to make sure I check up on it later, right? If there is a player who's choosing not to show up and maybe they're due for a contract or going into the final year, I go, you know what? That's probably going to settle itself, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. And you might have a situation where the player holds out into training camp and then it becomes a distraction, just something to pay attention to. If an injury that you weren't aware of, suddenly a guy's working out on the side or he's not working out at all, and they're going, well, he had a little cleanup, right? There's always that
procedure.
Yeah, a little procedure, got a little cleanup, had some things you need to take care of. We're not worried about it. I'm going like, all right, you might not be worried about it. I'm going to file that away, and I'm going to see how many of these off-season anythings he's 100% in. So in honor of that, let's see how these nuggets, these morsels of information develop throughout the offseason. Dennis, I know you like this guy, Tommy Tremble.
Yeah.
Back surgery last week. Will be rehabbing into training camp, right? So this is there's anytime there's a back, a neck, there are certain body areas where you're not going to get like, well, he'll be back in 3 to 4 weeks. Like you don't know. So there's no definite timetable on when he returns. But based on my reading, right, from everything going on yesterday, the back surgery was like last week.
Yeah.
This was not something that he got cleaned up right after the season and has been letting it rehab. This is something that the operation was kind of recent. So
it felt like something that he was trying to rehab and work through during the offseason and comes back in for OTAs. It's like, you know what, not where they wanted it to be. Let's go ahead and get the little bit of procedure done.
So the morsel that could develop into something bigger, obviously, they didn't seem worried, and as I just said, they're not going to indicate if they are. But I expect him back for game 1. Say
right? They say basically training camp.
How much into training camp that he will or won't be out there, we don't know. But in the meantime, that's a lot of time throwing 7-on-7s, mini camps, OTAs, getting together with Bryce for Jatavian Sanders and Mitchell Evans, their rookie who they just drafted.
Yeah.
Who, there's a big difference between like, hey, every other rep I'm going and every third rep I'm going. Or, hey, Tommy, jump up there when we have the 1s. You two rotate with the 2s. When the young guys are in there a lot more building that chemistry, it's an opportunity for them, right? I say it all the time. It's kind of gross. You don't really like to admit it, but there is a part of you that when somebody in your position group gets hurt, you kind of go like, sweet. It's not. Right?
Take advantage of it.
Because it's your buddy and all that. But part of you is like, from my own career perspective, this is an opportunity that I might not have gotten otherwise. So Tremble back surgery. DJ Wanham. Goodness gracious, do I just want to see that guy healthy.
Yeah, I know, for real.
And they use some of the terms that really frustrate me about injuries. Oh, yeah, his back thing flare up. We're just going to give it some time. We're just going to let it calm down. I don't like anything that can flare up.
Yeah.
Right? I don't that makes it sound like there's just no rhyme or reason. Just you could wake up on a game day and flared up.
Hey, I know a great chiropractor. Trust me, I just saw him today. Just saw him today. No, great chiropractor. Take care of this thing, DJ.
One of the more frustrating things last season was they brought in DJ Wanham as a free agent, one of their, I would say, higher price or big name, whatever, like expected to be higher impact free agents, and we didn't end up seeing him for the first half of the season pretty much.
He had the quad injury he was recovering from, then he had a blood clot issue.
And it was just like, gosh, I feel like we're never going to get to see what this defense was supposed to look like because he was supposed to play such a big role. And it's one thing if somebody goes out there and gets hurt. Like the Derek Brown injury, it happened in game 1. What are you going to do? DJ Wanham was a free agent that they brought in, and we didn't see get on the field until, I think it was week 8 or something like that.
He played the last 8 games of the year.
So now we're in the offseason, and it's like, all right, going to get to see a healthy DJ Wanham. Didn't get that flared up. He's got a back thing flared up, and he's not at OTAs. Could be absolutely nothing. Could be a something more. Derek Brown, speaking of, he was back at practice. He was a participant limited, but he's just 8 months after meniscus surgery. Week 1, that all kind of took place for him last season. I'd say that's expected kind of timeline, but also with somebody that big, with somebody with that much mass, you're going to be a little bit more cautious or a little bit more curious on how it's going to react. So that was good to see. Jalen Coker worked off on the side while dealing with some soft tissue injuries. Or sorry, issues, not injuries. Some soft tissue issues. Got an issue? Here's a tissue. Out of abundance of caution is what they called that. I'm a big Jalen Coker fan. I love him as their fourth wide receiver and 4 wide receiver sets. You want him out there, right? He's still a guy. He was an undrafted rookie free agent last year. Every rep still matters for him a whole bunch, even though it did feel like he grew a bunch last year. And then there's the other things, right? So that's the information that I think could matter. Might not, but it could. Keep an eye on it. Note it, right? Pay attention to it. Check up on those players each time there's a new session of OTAs or a new mini camp or when training camp starts.
Keep in mind, Coker did miss a stretch last year, weeks 12, 13, and 14, and a quad injury.
I hate soft tissue injuries.
So I don't know if that's still something he's
fiery
battling
passion
through or not.
Hamstrings, they are my nemesis. The other thing is you're going to get the fluff pieces. And what I mean by that is you're going to get the friendly reports. Best shape of his life. Looks completely different. What was the thing that held him back last year? He's completely solved it in the last 2 months. That's what you're going to hear a lot of. We're hearing Xavier Legette is looking, night and day. He's faster in and out of breaks. He's catching everything with his hands. Whatever it was, it's all fixed. Him and Teteroa McMillan, not only are they both practicing, they are long-lost brothers. They love each other. Yeah. They complement each other perfectly. They finish each other's sentences.
Nice.
It's all perfect. Xavier Legette yesterday talked to the media on how he thinks he and McMillan will work together.
I feel like that was a great pick for us. Every receiver that we got in that room, I feel like they were good choices. Even the undrafted guys, they showing that they can play in the league as well.
Tell us about your relationship with T-Mac and that dynamic between the two of you guys.
Oh man, it's all smiles, man. Soon as when they came and I was able to meet them face to face, we stuck from there.
All right, thank you. I mean, we got to play some Xavier Legette audio, and everybody loves that. So enjoy it because we're not going to be able to respond to it because some. Do we call this breaking news?
Yeah, we'll throw it out there.
I'm quite frankly pretty upset with the Atlantic Coast Conference right now. Breaking news. I read this during that Xavier Legette audio, and I'm already temperature rising. The Atlantic Coast Conference today announced the matchups of the league's 18-game men's basketball season for this upcoming season. So, for those that don't know, they cut it from 20 conference games to 18 for this upcoming year. And what that means is you're only going to have one team every single year. They call it a primary partner. So an ACC team, an Atlantic Coast Conference basketball team, men's basketball, will have one team that they play twice every year. They will play home and on the road every year.
They call that primary partner.
Then they have something called a variable partner. That is one additional team that they will play twice that year, and it could change year over year. Everybody else, they will play once, and there will be one team that they don't play at all. Okay? So there's no surprise to me, at least, amongst the teams we cover for who the primary partners are. Duke and Carolina, their primary partners.
Makes sense.
I would never expect anything different. State and Wake, they are primary partners.
Makes sense.
Every single year, Duke will play Carolina at home, and Duke will play Carolina on the road. Carolina, Duke, I didn't say them in an order. It's just how it's written in front of me. State and Wake, same thing. They will play in ironically, the center we're sitting outside of, the Lenovo Center, and at the Joel when Wake hosts, both every single year. The variable partners for the 2025-2026 season infuriate me. NC State, their very first variable partner is Virginia. And North Carolina's very first variable partner will be Syracuse, which means this upcoming year, State and Carolina will only play each other once. They will not play each other 2 times unless they schedule each other in a non-conference game, which, having talked with Will Wade and asking him that question, he said he would be willing to, but he didn't see it happening. He didn't see the 2 sides being able to agree to it.
Duke plays Louisville.
Duke, Louisville, and Wake Forest, Virginia Tech. To be honest with you, Duke, Louisville, and Wake, Virginia Tech, I don't know what else they were. I guess they could have played each other.
I mean, I think Duke Wake.
Duke Wake makes sense. I'm not as upset with that one. State Carolina playing each other once.
Only once in basketball.
When ACC had
dumb.
They had the option to make them variable. I gave the ACC too much credit. When this scheduling quirk was named, when they went from 20 conference games to 18, I said, all right, well, we know the primaries are going to be UNC Duke, and we know the primaries are going to be Carolina, are going to be State and Wake.
Virginia Tech, all that stuff.
And then I went, and my idea would be 97% of the time, the variable partner, the secondary partner that could change will be 4 teams that have another very obvious rival stagnant. It would be State and Carolina every year, unless the previous year State and Wake went to 6 overtimes in the regular season, State and Louisville went to 6 overtimes in the regular season, then met up again in the ACC tournament. Then they would kind of give them another chance the following year. It makes no sense. None. That you would make the secondary the variable partner of NC State, Virginia. Absolutely none.
I mean, we got to wrap up here. But I will say, at least it's a traditional ACC school against a traditional ACC school. At least I'm getting that.
I'm not giving them any pity points for not. It's not the worst possible, but it kind of is. It's not if it's not first, you're last. If it's not State, Carolina playing each other home and away this year, it's dumb. It's dumb, and every other option was foolish. And same for Carolina. They should. I'm furious. And you know what? Here's why. How many times are ACC powers that be, right? The presidents, the commissioners, the athletic directors gonna whine and cry about the Big Ten and the SEC, and they have more money, and we have to find a way to make more money, and we have to operate. We gotta be more cold blood. You have for business purposes. The television contract. You want rivalries. You need rivalries. Who do you think ESPN is more excited to broadcast? State Carolina or State Virginia? Carolina Syracuse? You think that's getting everybody? Oh, they better get the one up there in the Carrier Dome, or Carolina State Crosstown.
Yeah, Boeheim's not on that sideline.
I am at a loss. I don't know what they're doing. They're exacerbating the doomsday scenarios that people are worried about for the conference. Basketball matters, and if you ruin ACC basketball, I'll never forgive you. I don't. If you make a decision this bad, I don't know what you're capable of. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
We'll have to discuss that more tomorrow.
We will have to dive into this all off season. I might just once a day tell the ACC they're dumb for this one. We do have the Canes at the Lenovo Center against the Panthers game 5 today, so I'm not going to let it bring down my high. We have playoff hockey right here later today, so I'll do my best to move on from that. We have a cup check-in with Adam Gold presented by Carolina Ale House coming up with another Canes legend. But before we get to any of that, Dennis Cox has something he'd like to tell you.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here for Loan Pronto. Folks, maybe you're maxed out on your credit cards. Maybe you're struggling with high-interest debt. You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts, so call now to get the conversation started. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9. The Fan will be back outside the Lenovo Center as we continue to get you ready for Game 5, Eastern Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Canes, Panthers coming up later today. Back after this.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it up. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina. Sebastian Aho.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination with the best bar in Cary. Experience the ultimate thrill with 16 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks. Apex Racing Lab brings the adrenaline-pumping world of sim racing to life. It's the perfect place for your next birthday party or corporate event. Ready to race? Head to Apex Racing Lab in Cary's McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your neighborhood Food Lion.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Keeshan back in his own zone makes a nice play away from Rodriguez.
Keeshan looks the part again. There he goes.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, live outside the Lenovo Center. Here on the plaza, getting ready for the action to ramp up. Dare I say calm before the storm outside the Lenovo Center, which I actually like. Obviously, this is the third home game of the series of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Canes and the Panthers. Game one, I think the energy was higher earlier outside the Lenovo Center. Game two, it was later but more intense, right? Like the last hour before we kind of headed inside, the rowdiness was higher, but it started later. So if we get a little bit of a late start with the rowdiness today, I think we'll be all right. I think it'll be okay. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time for the Cup check-in served up by Carolina Ale House. Check out their viewing game parties for every away game. Head to the official viewing parties. Carrie, the Carolina Ale House in Cary, has been a host for them, as has Gardner. We hope, obviously, that there's opportunities for more away game watch parties. The home team needs to do their part tonight. We'll call it that way. For the Canes check-in, the Cup check-in served up by Carolina Ale House, our very own Adam Gold checked in with Canes legend Chad LaRose earlier today. Here's Adam and Rosie.
Take me inside the room, whether it's Game 6 here against the Devils in 09 or up there, whatever it is. When you look around the room, what's the prevailing? What's the motivation? Is it to win a game, or is it like I want to be with these guys more? Like, because if you lose, it's over and everybody scatters.
Yeah, and I think that so the feeling for me and those guys, I believe, would be more or less like, I went to war all year with you. I've had your back all year. You've had my back all year. We've been a fantastic team all season long. There's no way that I'm going to let somebody take what I want to get to, my achievement, right?
Right.
And that the further, exactly that too. Like, these are my guys. Like, I want to play more. I want to be around you guys more. And I think, I think Carolina going down 3-0, everybody was like, this isn't us. This isn't what we worked all year for, type of thing. And I think that's part of it, like everything you said, and being able to say, you know what, you're 3 wins away from going to a Stanley Cup final. I mean, there's no extra motivation you really need, as opposed to letting a team, like the motivation of, I'm going to let these guys walk to the Stanley Cup finals. I don't think so.
Chad LaRose is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. What have you seen from Logan Stankoven in this series, in these playoffs?
Man, he's a guy who kind of does everything well, right? Like, he's not flashy with how he skates and stuff, but he really gets the job done. His nose is for the puck. He seems like he's on the inside during those scrums and stuff. He's on the inside of the battle. I like his game a lot. He's strong on pucks. He makes really nice, quick little plays out of the corner. I've liked him. I thought it was a huge pickup as opposed to losing somebody for nothing.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a Carolina Hurricane. I think he plays that style, a Hurricane type of style. I'm guessing Rod probably loves him. So, yeah, I like him a lot.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That was the Cup check-in with Adam Gold, presented by Carolina Ale House. Head to Carolina Ale House for away game viewing parties throughout the playoffs, and obviously we hope there's plenty more of those. Thank you to Chad LaRose for joining Adam earlier today. As Dennis joins us back here outside of the Lenovo Center and gets ready for a ladder challenge, I do want to remind everybody we are 8 minutes away, just 8 minutes away from first goal scorer predictions.
Oh, we got a lot of them.
We will need 3 official contestants to call in, and we will give you the phone number when we open up the lines. Call in and give us who they think will score the first goal of the game for the Carolina Hurricanes, and in what period you think that goal will be scored. If one of the official contestants that make their predictions on air get both of those 2 pieces of information correct, they will win a sweet Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. So if you haven't done so already, start kicking it around, start thinking, start figuring out who will score the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes and in which period. And if you don't think you'll get through on the phone lines, or you just want to do it for bragging rights, you can always head to our YouTube live stream, 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. Search for us, subscribe while you're there, head to the live stream. In the comments, you can predict the player and the period, and if you get both right, we will give you a nice little shout out. Your props for being correct. You can do the same on social media. Dennis, ladder challenge time. Graham, go ahead and fire it up. There it is. All right, Dennis. I have to say, I don't know what I'm going to do because Connor McDavid isn't playing today. And the last 3 ladder challenge we've had, just because of the way the schedule worked out, I've been able to pick Connor McDavid 2 or more shots on goal against the Dallas Stars. And it's hit all 3 times. And it hit last night. He had, I think it was 3, which is more than I needed. I just needed 2 or more. So I'm up to $13.88 as we slowly build and start to get these first ones out of the way towards the end of the month. How did it go for you last night?
Went well. Me and Mason Marchment to have 1 shot on goal. He had 5 for the Dallas Stars. None of them went in, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's on goal. That's all that counted. That's all I needed to count. So I'm up to $11.66, back on the winning track.
If that's not the night that was for the Dallas Stars. None of them went in, but what are you going to do?
That's been the last 3 games for them.
All right, that's funny. I'm going to a familiar source here, although it's not McDavid because he doesn't work. Tonight, I'm going Dante DiVincenzo.
Okay.
1 or more threes versus OKC.
All right.
Off the bench, minus 900. I said yesterday how I've covered Dante since he was in high school. I've interviewed him since he was in high school. Through Villanova, Final Four most outstanding player. He's been in the NBA now for a handful of years. Here's what I can guarantee you about Dante DiVincenzo. He's a player on the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's got some grit to him, some killer instinct.
Yeah.
He doesn't go down without a fight, so to speak. And Minnesota's backs are against the wall. They're down 3-1 against OKC. Dante is not going to go anywhere quietly. He is also a shooter. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends with double-digit three-point attempts, and you're darn sure at least one of them's going in. So 1 or more three-pointers tonight for Dante. I'll take my $13.88 up to $15.42. It's minus 900. Not trying to retire the parents, just trying to stay ahead of Dennis. Looking for Dante to hit at least 1.
Give me Stanky to have a shot on goal tonight. Just need 1 from Stanky. My $11.66 will turn into $13.21 by the end of the night tonight. Just need Stanky 1 shot on goal.
I've done my best recently to stay away from
He's averaging 2.7
actually
shots
gambling on the Canes. I just don't want you to have the chance tomorrow to say the same thing. All I needed was you got 5 shots on goal. None of them went in. It's funny when it happens to Dallas.
This is Stanky we're talking about here. This is Logan Stankoven.
All right, fine. So you said how many do you think he gets? If it's more than 1, now we're outside of ladder challenge. How aggressive is Stanky?
I think he's going to be very aggressive tonight. I think he's actually going to get a couple on a power play opportunities here. I think that second unit's going to get some decent power play time tonight. So give me Stankoven to have 3 shots on goal today.
How many assisted by Nikishin? Because it was so pretty.
Right.
It was so pretty. The rookies setting the tone, scoring the goal. That play, put it on the highlight reel.
I will say this: like Stankoven's not afraid to pick corners. Because we saw, and obviously in the goal against Bobrovsky in game number 4, picked a corner. Now, the goal that he scored in game 3 was a rebound loose next beside the net. But we also saw him in that game-tying goal in game 1 against Washington in the slot, goes high on Logan Thompson, high into the corner. Same thing against Jacob Markstrom in game number 1 against the New Jersey Devils. Picked a corner. He actually had a couple where he shot out just inside the pipes, but he's not afraid to pick corners when he shoots, which is how you have to beat Bobrovsky.
Well, that's the thing. And I'm not – listen, I never played hockey. I do not pretend to be somebody that knows what it feels like to have the puck hit the tape of my stick and there's an opening, but it's closing quickly and you got to get it off. But there is a group of fans that – based on the social media that I've interacted with and I've read, they think that Logan Stankoven discovered new land. Like, now maybe everybody will understand that you have to beat Bobrovsky up top. It's not that easy. There's a certain amount of skill and a certain amount of time and space and a certain amount of where the pass needs to be in order for you. Like, it's not just, okay, I'll go bar down top left side. Like, it's not it's not just that. It's more difficult than I think it seems to us.
The biggest thing you mentioned, time and room, which Florida rarely gives you.
Exactly.
When Florida actually does give you time and room, try and go bar down.
It's the old, you ever played it? Like I played basketball in high school against a kid that ended up going to UConn. And it's not like he made plays against us that I did not sit there and go, oh, I never thought of that. It's like,
yeah,
he jumped from one step inside the free throw line and dunked it. Like, it's not like, hadn't thought of that one.
Of course.
Now I see that's what I should be doing. It's like, I can't. That is something that I cannot do. Logan Stankoven, first of all, had a lot of time and room on that, partially set up by the Nikishin pass, and also just he kind of got lost out there on the left side. There's a lot of guys that'll go top shelf with that much time and space.
Yeah, he ripped that thing.
It was a great shot, and I think there should be more guys that try it. I'm just saying it's the rap sheet on Bobrovsky has been go up top for a while, right? And now that you've discovered this, it's not like, okay, now every shot the Canes take are going to be, picking top corners. It's just not that easy.
And here's also as well with, like, for example, the rebound shot that came to Stankoven in game 1 against Washington where he tied the game in the third period. That was a turnover quickly in the slot, and he had to release that thing fast and still went top corner with it. But he's also not afraid to get to the front of the net and get deflections, not afraid to go after rebounds. We saw that on the power play goal that he scored in game number 3. He's not afraid to be around the net. That's why he's an easy selection for me. And that's why we have so many people picking him for their first goal scorer.
Speaking of, let's open it up. Fire up the storm. It is time for first goal scorer predictions right here on 99.9 The Fan. We need you to call in. I'll give you the phone number right now. We will open it up, and Graham will start lining you up. We need 3 official contestants. Call in now if you want to be one of them. 919-860-5326. 919-860-5326. Call in now. We need 2 pieces of information from you. Who will score the first goal for the Canes? Could be Stankoven. And in what period you think they will score it. If you get both right, you win an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. Before we head to our YouTube comments and social media and the official contestants with your predictions, I will give you the details. The ultimate sim racing experience is at Apex Racing Lab. Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination. Experience the ultimate thrill with 20 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks. Located in Carries-McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh, visit Apex Racing Lab today and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com. All right, Dennis, go ahead and let us know. What are they saying on YouTube?
Will and Boris both say Jarvis in the first period. We also have Clinton said Nikishin, slap shot, 94 miles per hour. That's the first goal today. Our guy Micah actually said, you know what? It's going to be the captain, Jordan Stahl, first period. Classic Jordo, drops the shoulder, protects the puck, cuts to the forehand, top left snipe, which I wouldn't hate seeing that either.
Just a super boring, powerful Jordan Stahl goal.
And I wouldn't hate it.
Hashtag boring.
But getting a lot of Jarvis in the first period, getting a lot of Stankoven in the first period as well. Get a couple Ahos and Svetches in the first and second period as well. But a lot of Jarvis, a lot of Stankoven.
Let's hear the official contestants. They're lined up. Good job by Graham getting them set up quickly. Rob and Raleigh, you are up first. Rob, thank you. Well, thank you for calling in. Welcome to the show. Give us your first goal scorer. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
Hey, thanks a lot. It's going to be Jackson Blake in the first. 5-on-5. 5-on-5. Hall gets the turnover, gets Blake slashed into the net.
I think it would be really nice to see both of those guys, Hall and Blake, make a play.
That whole line needs to do something.
And I think it could be a floodgate situation where like they make one play and then all of a sudden they got 6 points on the line. Like they're due, I guess is one way to put it. But
Hall, Cook, and Yemi Blake, that line has to do something offensively tonight.
At least Hall and Blake. No disrespect intended. Rob, we appreciate it. Stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you. Next up, first goal scorer predictions. David in Raleigh. David, welcome to the show. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
Hey, thanks, Tim. I think it's going to be super tight tonight. Again, scoring is going to be at a minimum. So I'm going to take Jesper Kotkaniemi in the second period.
I love it. That line is getting love. I can tell you this. On social media, darn near everyone except for that line has been predicted, and the official contestants are leaning into it. So, David, I would love it. I would love if Kokanemi scored. Stay on the line. Graham will grab some info from you.
It's been 2 years since he scored a playoff goal.
So
second round against the Devils.
Second round against 84 years. So you're saying he's due.
Yeah.
He's been saving up for when you absolutely need him, like an elimination game at home in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Those games 1 and 2 in the second round against the Devils in 2023.
There you go.
Scored 3 goals in 2 games.
Hey.
And that's it.
You haven't needed him yet. Let's go to Nas and Raleigh. Nas, we appreciate you for calling in. Welcome to the show. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
I say Andrei Svechnikov. And third period. It's going to be a low-scoring game. Yep. So it's going to be 0-0 for the first 2 periods, and then he's going to get the first one, and then we're going to win like 2-0 on an empty net goal or something like that.
You know what? That would be back-to-back shutouts.
You know what? It's a win. I don't hate it.
Hey.
I don't hate it.
Dude, first of all, appreciate it. Thank you very much for calling in, Nas. Stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you. Can you imagine the electricity in the Lenovo Center if it's 0-0 into the third and Svetch scores to break the tie? Tears. There might be happy grown man tears inside the Lenovo Center.
100%. If it's 0-0 going into the third period, you might as well be in overtime. Next goal wins.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the situation.
Give me like a paper bag to breathe into for that last period. All right, Dennis, what are they saying in the YouTube comments?
Again, they're dropping a lot of Stankoven. Seeing a lot of that in the first period. Again, a lot of Jarvis tonight. Also getting Greg just said Aho in the first period as well. So we're seeing it's been very consistent. It's been Jarvis, Stankoven, Aho, Svetch, and a little bit of Stahl as well. I haven't seen anyone from the blue line.
There's one name that you're missing that I've gotten a ton of on Twitter because I put out this morning like, hey, give us your first goal score predictions.
Let me guess, Martinuk.
No,
Nikishin.
Yep.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those.
Alexander Nikishin, which, by the way, I guess Nikki, N-I-K-I, is catching on. Boom is catching on. Here's the part that I think is funniest. And by the way, I love that already a couple of rookies have kind of been looked towards as popular spark, right? We're talking Stankoven and Nikishin. But there are multiple saying like Nikishin with his patented heavy shot from the point or from beyond the face-off circle, or his signature Nikishin bomb. And he got his first point last game, and it was a beautiful assist. I'm not sure he has a signature move yet.
No.
He's not Ovechkin from the left face-off circle. Just give it time, right? Let him play his way into it. Not saying that he can't score. I would love for him to. I mean, that would be another one. You want to talk about the Lenovo Center, the fans erupting. If Nikishin scores at any point in time, loud, right? Yeah, I expect it. But I just don't think he has a signature move yet. I guess that if he does, it's like a no-look backhand pass on the way, like that.
Yeah.
That's his signature move at the moment because that's the one he's actually pulled off in a game.
By the way, you talk about possibly grown adults with tears in their eyes. Svetch scores a one. You make it 1-0 in the third period. Clinton said, "Yeah, there'd be some tears at home too, Tim."
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Just sitting
like all those rally towels are going to be
sitting at home at the end of Rudy.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a tear. You're by yourself. Why are you hiding it? Let it go. It is. It's a big game. The fact of the matter is, right, first goal score predictions are fun. It's a way for us to kind of test ourselves and compete against each other. The Kane scoring the first goal is so darn important today.
Gotta have it.
So darn important today. For a bunch of reasons, not the least of which, every game this series, whether the first goal was scored quick or not, it's felt like it starts with this vacuum. And the first big play that fills the vacuum, that team is shot out of a cannon, and the other one is just scratching and clawing and playing catch-up. Even last game, Kane scored the first, and it was 1-0 for a long time. Kane scored, it came back off, taken away for offsides, the second goal.
Yeah.
Like, even with it, that one goal felt monumental. Mm-hmm. It felt like such a huge obstacle for the Panthers to overcome. And obviously the Canes, even when they tied it up after going down 1-0, it still was like, yeah, but they got there first, so they have the advantage earlier in the series. Scoring that first goal in this series has felt so important. So we're going to compete, and we're going to try to give away some Apex Racing Lab gift certificates, and we want to play the game. But also, I don't care who it is. I don't off of Orlov's skate for them. I don't care if it's off of a defender's skate for the Canes. It is wildly important that they score first.
I don't care if it goes off of Aho's skate like it did in game 1.
Yeah.
I don't care.
As long as they don't review it and take it away.
That's fine.
That's all I care about. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
Who's your pick, first goal?
I got mine written down right here. Let me bring it up.
Mine as well.
Let me bring it up. I got Svetch in the first.
Okay.
I think he has the hockey gods on his side for being unselfish and passing the empty netter at the end of game 4 to Aho. So now he gets rewarded with an Aho helping him on a 5-on-5 goal.
You know, this feels like first goal today. It's Jordan Martinook. In the first period, that line stalled Martinook and Stankoven. Give me Martinook off a rebound off a Stankoven shot. Stahl throws it in front. Stankoven gets a piece of it off of Bobrovsky's pad, and there's Jordan Martinook to clean things up.
I think there's a chance a Martinook hit gets the crowd into it, and then the next line comes on and Svetch scores. There's a chance there. If that happens, buy your lottery tickets, everybody.
Yep.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. There is one more first goal scorer prediction that we need. Every home game, we've been getting it from this particular person. Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, will be joining us outside the Lenovo Center ahead of Game 5. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go! It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here's Svechnikov, 2 minutes remaining. Svechnikov puts up angle. He scores!
Let's go, Canes!
Hall all alone. In on Thompson. Hall scores!
Go, Canes!
Wide open. Rebound. And what a save by Anderson.
The Canes' road to the Stanley Cup runs through us. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
Westwood One Sports presents this special tennis update. She barely had to break a sweat. World number 1 top-seeded Aryna Sabalenka breezed past Jill Teichmann of Switzerland in straight sets. Sabalenka's reached at least the quarterfinals in every Grand Slam since the 2022 U.S. Open. Defending champ Iga Świątek continued her pursuit of a 4th straight French Open title. She knocked off Emma Raducanu in straight sets. And it's the end of the line for American Danielle Collins. She was knocked out by Serbian Olga Danilovic in 3 sets. On the men's side, it is on to the 3rd round for 12th-seeded American Tommy Paul. He pulled off a thrilling comeback, rallying from 2 sets down to beat unseeded Hungarian Marton Fucsovics in 5 sets. It wasn't a perfect day for defending champ Carlos Alcaraz. He dropped his 2nd set against unseeded Hungarian Fabian Marozsin before advancing with a 6-1, 4-6, 6-1, 6-2 victory. With this tennis update, I'm Erica Herskowitz, Westwood One Sports.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time.
Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets. Choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Keeshan back in his own zone makes a nice play away from Rodriguez.
Keeshan looks the part again. There he goes.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are live outside the Lenovo Center. Game 5, Eastern Conference Final, Stanley Cup playoffs. Inching closer. 8 o'clock scheduled puck drop. There will be a 1-hour storm watch with Adam Gold leading up to it. Until then, we are live outside the Lenovo Center. Stop out and say hi. Stopping out and saying hi right now. Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. Follow him on Twitter at Walt Ruff. Just waved everybody out there in YouTube land. Walt, there's some pillars of these interviews that we have to get to. We'll start with this one. Game 4 is pretty awesome. It was a shutout. Canes got the 2 empty netters, 3-0, changed the series. I'm challenging you. Give me something you didn't like about that one. Where do you think the Canes are watching that film and thinking they can get better?
Well, first of all, I'm glad you guys are able to be out here. What brutal weather the last 48 hours after being down in Florida, sunny and 90, and you come back and the last 36 hours have been the way they've been. I was getting nervous for us, but I'm glad we're here.
Cleared up for tailgating weather.
Yeah, Tim, like you said on X, the calm before the storm or making way before the storm, something like that. What didn't the Carolina Hurricanes like about Game 4? It was a pretty good effort, all things considered. If you had to get really picky and really greedy, let's get
fine-tooth comb.
First goal in the first period, right? I mean, that would have stank, no pun intended, had they played the way that they did through the first 30 minutes and not been rewarded for it. They certainly deserve to be, but of course, as you guys know, in a 0-0 game or a 1-0 game, anything tight like that, and you deserve to be rewarded and you're not getting one, at a certain point, you start to feel like it's going to go the other way, right? Mm-hmm. So it took a little bit, but the fact that they got the first one for the first time clearly went a long way.
At this point, right, with Walker and Chatfield expected out, is there any other choice or any other path to go other than playing Slavin darn near 30 minutes and Burns right on his heels with that kind of a usage rate? Obviously, Morrow didn't get a ton of ice time. Gossespierre did his thing in special teams, but not a ton of even strength. Like, should we just expect to have Slavin out there 50% of the game?
Yeah, I think that's the way it's going to have to be. And I'm glad that Rod Brindamore has decided to finally go that way. Rod's a very smart man. He knows what he's doing, as is Tim Gleason. But I think it was earlier this series we talked about Slavin's time on ice one night came in just around like 20 minutes. And that's kind of pedestrian, right? If he's the best defensive defenseman in hockey, and you're playing like you don't have it tomorrow, he needs to be out there half the game. A couple Florida guys were asked about him this morning. I always find it funny because a lot of people in Canes land hate Matthew Tkachuk this time of year, but he was very complimentary of Jacob Slavin this morning. I know they played together at Four Nations. So,
yeah, teammates.
He got to see him firsthand, right? But Jacob Slavin is going to have to be out there as much as possible, and if the Canes want to keep this thing going.
The other blue liner that's been talked about the most in the last 48 hours, brand new, Alexander Nikishin. How much better was he in Game 4 than Game 5 against the Caps when he made his debut? And I'm going to get my follow-up out of there ahead of time. How do you get that much better in that short amount of a time?
Yeah, it was a huge leap from Game 1 to Game 2. And then just as big of a leap from game 2 to game 3. Dmitry Orlov certainly deserves a ton of credit, right? Rod Brind'Amour is consistently pointing to the language barrier being one of the biggest things. Obviously, he and Dmitry Orlov can communicate in that fashion. And I got a laugh this morning out of Rod Brind'Amour because he said, I can't explain to you all of the things that he has to go through on this learning curve because there are so many things that as a defenseman you just have to read in terms of assignments and face-off plays and all of that nature.
He said you could talk for an hour about it.
Yeah, exactly, right? And for the sake of everyone's time, it's just nice to see that he's on the right path, right? Because we've been talking about this guy for 5 years now since he was picked in the draft, and everyone's, pointing to the fact that he was voted the best defenseman in the KHL by general managers over there back-to-back seasons. He's about as good of a prospect as you're ever going to hear or see in terms of the hype behind him, at least for a non-first-round pick type of guy, right? So, it's great to see him consistently. It's only 3 games consistently, probably a bit of a reach there, but he's on the right path. How about that? I'll leave it there.
How sweet was the pass to Stankoven?
Well, when I watched it back, that's a play you have to be sure you're making, right?
Yeah.
Because a backhand slap pass through the neutral zone, if Florida's not changing there, it's about a 4-on-2 or a 5-on-2 the other way.
He changed. He was off the ice by the time the goal went in, so it wasn't going to be a minus against him.
No, it was great awareness on his part. You just have to know what you're doing in that situation, or else it gets ugly quickly. But he knew what he was doing, and it turns out it's his first NHL point as a result.
Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, joining us here outside the Lenovo Center ahead of Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I broken record kind of, but can we brainwash Svech and Aho when they have a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 to just shoot the puck, right? Not worry about getting the pretty pass or set. Like Svech, I'd rather have you. I don't know if you don't think it's a perfect shot, rather than making a tough pass to Robinson. Like I want you to take it. Can we hypnotize them? Like what's the next move here?
Well, that just goes to show how much of a game, how much mental this game is, right? Because Andrei Svechnikov was as hot as any player in the NHL postseason through the first 2 rounds. He has a tough game in the Eastern Conference Final, and all of a sudden he's scared to shoot again. And
even on an empty netter,
yeah,
he gave the tough pass to Aho.
No, you got it.
You got it. No, you got it. It felt like hot potato until they finally iced the game.
It did. It was a real what are we doing here moment. But no, Andre knows he's got to be the guy. Again, can't repeat it enough. If this team has no tomorrow, they need to play like it. And when you're looking up and down the lineup in terms of who needs to be scoring goals, those 2 guys that you mentioned are right atop it.
There's a few things we need to get to here. I can't go an entire conversation with you without talking about Freddie. How was he able to turn it on? Obviously, right, Pyotr Kochetkov took his turn in net. They went back to Freddie, and then there's a shutout against the Florida Panthers. What'd you see from him?
Well, again, on the mental side, you always wonder how a guy's going to respond. Rod Brind'Amour said it wasn't Frederik Andersen's fault in games 1 and 2, but when you go away from him and then try to go back to him, you're always a little bit nervous about how a goaltender is going to react in that situation. But what I think it was a trickle down of was the fact that the Canes managed the puck well. Nobody's job gets easier than a goaltender when the Canes manage the puck well, because you don't have all those turnovers coming at you from left, right, and center. I should say the chances as a result of turnover. So it was extremely impressive, and I hope we see that same Frederik Andersen again tonight.
And Carolina did not let Florida get through the neutral zone clean. We saw that in game 1 and game 2. Florida getting up the ice with ease, and Carolina they were just tight on their man. They're tight on that gap. And it just seemed like they flustered Florida like we haven't seen so far in this series.
They got back to playing Carolina Hurricanes hockey.
Yep.
And they put their body on the line and absorbed a billion block shots in front of Freddie, which that's got to be the best part for Freddie, right? You get a little vibe for it, get your juices pumping, and then Slavin's the one that gets the bruise or stick work or whatever you go with. Walt, we need a first goal scorer prediction. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period? And as always, I will ask for more details if they come to you in the vision.
I'm always going to say first period, Eric Robinson tonight. And I think it's going to be a goal similar to his one earlier in the postseason where he comes streaking down the near side boards and just picks his spot. Everybody's surprised, loves it. Canes go up.
I love it.
How bummed. In retrospect, we can talk about it, but Robinson to Janke.
Oh, that was sweet.
It was sweet. The offsides didn't really affect anything, but it was a bummer to watch that one. That was another one. Talk about how they played great for the first 30 minutes, and you're like, if they don't get one, I'm getting a little ominous feeling. when that one got pulled off, the ominous feeling returned right back to the pit in my stomach.
It sure did, and that building came alive. Aside from the intros, that was the most juice that building had all night. So when that came off, that got real dicey for a couple seconds.
It kind of reminded me Game 5, Caps and Canes, where Carolina was down 2-1. Oh, review offsides, takes the goal off the board by Matt Roy, and all of a sudden Carolina got juice and everything from that. It's amazing how that just quick overturned call can just flip your momentum.
Momentum shifts and swings are everything this time of year, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, we appreciate it as always.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Speaking of electric arenas, there's one right next to us that should be pretty darn fun here in a couple hours, the Lenovo Center. We're out on the plaza. Stop by and say hi. Once again, that's Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. Follow him on Twitter at Walt Ruff. Back with the starting five after this.
Do you ever go to the Carolina Hurricanes games and find yourself thinking, what do the players eat before the game? What are their pregame rituals? What kind of music gets them pumped up ahead of the game? How sacred is the game day nap? What's the post-game mood on the team plane? Check out my new podcast, Iced Tea, with me, Megan LaMontagne. I get to talk to people who spill the tea on the Carolina Hurricanes. Listen to Iced Tea in any podcast app or watch the show on the Fan YouTube channel.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Hello, Creighton Blackwell here again from Coastal Credit Union in 99.9 The Fan. Today we are at Millbrook High School, where we introduce the next Scholar Athlete of the Month, Brianna McMillan.
Day in and day out, just her presence, her energy, her motivation showed her teammates how to follow her. And they nominated her to be captain, and I think that speaks volumes to her as a leader.
She is like one of the leaders on the team, and anytime I see her play, it truly shows in her work and like her athleticism.
She is very uplifting, and she just makes sure if you're ever having a bad day to make your spirit better.
It's unimaginable. I really didn't think I was going to, be one of the 8, which is a huge honor, and I'm really grateful. And I hope I can live up to the honor, and I'm really appreciative for all the people who've nominated me and selected me. It's great. It's a great feeling. As an athlete, it's, you go through mental hurdles, and you got to get out of it. But, my family has definitely helped me, supported me to get out of the mental ruts that I've gone through and, made me become a better athlete on and off the field. So I appreciate them.
Congratulations, Brianna.
For over 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Superspeedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy? Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Tasty up, tasty up.
Only on Prime.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm WRL meteorologist Mike Mays. It appears we're going to have a dry evening and dry overnight as well. Partly to mostly cloudy, some fog developing late tonight, 63 the low. A chance for storms in the afternoon tomorrow, more likely heading into the evening. Some could be strong, a high temperature 83.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones closes the day down 244 points at 42,900.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting 5.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan from the plaza outside the Lenovo Center. We are in the area directly between the Lenovo Center and Carter Finley Stadium. If you want to stop by, give us a high five and a first goal scorer prediction during a commercial, we'd love to hear from you.
And we have QR codes.
Oh, true.
To win a signed Seth Jarvis puck.
All you have to do is come up, scan it, and I've been told that occasionally, especially as we get closer to the game, with so many people here and so many people filing into the arena, maybe your reception can get a little slow.
Yeah.
You can take a picture of the QR code,
there you go.
and then when you have reception, still enter to win the Seth Jarvis signed puck.
There you go.
So don't feel discouraged if you show up. I mean, we can't. We do a lot. We try to make sure you can hear us from anywhere your radio or streamer has connection, but we can't control your cell phone service.
Yeah.
So just take the picture, do it later if that happens. With that being said, it is time for the starting 5. Today we are hitting the starting 5 keys to Game 5 for the Carolina Hurricanes. As always, we start with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we haven't gotten the official call on Sam Bennett, but the Canes on the power play. Stankoven out in front to Jarvis. They score. A big power play goal for Carolina to maybe get a little bit of life here. They didn't waste any time on the power play.
Number 5 of my keys to the game. This is one that they had to deal with last game, but they'll have to deal with again today.
Okay.
How do you replace Chatfield and Walker on the blue line?
Yeah.
Again, right? And as much as you want it to be, just take whatever minutes Walker was going to play and give them to Slavin. That could be a big chunk of it,
yeah.
but it can't be all of it. We'll get some audio here from Jacob Slavin on how comfortable he is playing extended minutes if needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think anybody would say the more they play, the more they get into the game. And so, I don't mind those minutes at all. It's fun. You're playing a lot of hockey, and so that's all you can ask for.
Who takes their minutes is one question. That's like straight hockey, right? Who's going to be out there marking the opposing team's best scorers? Like, who's going to take their minutes? I also have the question of who's going to replace their grit, right? These are 2 undrafted guys who have had to fight for everything that they've gotten.
Yep.
I actually like going back to this as kind of my reference point. Dave Canales, head coach of the Panthers, when asked kind of what he's looking for in prospects before the draft, he's like, I want to know what they've gone through. I want to know some obstacles, some adversity they've faced. I want to know, because you show me somebody that's gotten over a lot of adversity, I'll show you somebody that can get over adversity. Chatfield and Walker are 2 guys that have had everything put in front of them, and they've overcome it, right? Gone around, through, under, torn it down, scrapped, clawed, done whatever it's taken to get to this point where they are key, dependent upon members of a cup contender. They're not out there on the ice. Not to say their input or inspiration isn't there, but there's a different kind of vibe you get from an undrafted guy than from a top 5 pick.
And there's been a couple games this postseason where Sean Walker played the most minutes in a game. And also, he played every game during the regular season this year. Talk about reliability, and all of a sudden, a guy that you had literally all 82 games is no longer there. Yeah, that's tough to replace. And Jalen Chatfield played, I think it was 77 games this year. I mean, again, these guys are dependable, reliable players, and unfortunately are going through it right now. Yeah, these are players not easy to replace, not easy to fix.
And throwing 2 rookies out there.
Yeah, I understand that Nikishin played in the KHL and all that stuff and played in playoff games and was a captain for Scott St. Petersburg. I get it, but the KHL ain't the NHL, and it ain't the NHL playoffs. Like, it's just different. It just is.
And it goes along with one of the things that I've been talking about really since the end of Game 4, which is Rod might be forced to use combinations that he hasn't used a ton of this year.
Yeah.
Right. Might be forced to throw 2 guys out there who he might trust individually, but all right, let's see if these 2 guys can make it work. Gostisbehere on a PK is an example where it's like, hey, we trust Gostisbehere. Obviously, he's out there a bunch, and he does this on our power play, and he can do all of these things. Still might not love him to have him out there on a PK, but what do you want to do? You want to throw Chatfield out there? Can't. Want to throw Walker out there? Can't. Like it's the corner they're backed up into. Now, obviously, last game they were dealing with the same thing and they overcame it, I should say. So they'll try to do it again today. That's number 5. Let's hit number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, all together.
Keishan back in his own zone makes a nice play away from Rodriguez.
Keishan looks the part again. There he goes.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven. And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
I'll tell you right now, this will be my least fun key to the game.
Okay.
Match the Panthers' fire when the Panthers are on the road. Panthers are 7-2 on the road this postseason. You know what goes on with that team, right? The Kachuk to Aho deal that happened near the end of whatever that was game 3, which was, not something that was seen in a positive light, particularly by old school hockey fans and former players. You even heard Taylor Hall in between game 3 and game 4 mentioning that's a tough look for us that there wasn't more rallying around to help protect or fight back or whatever when Svech and Aho were getting messed with a little bit. And that sort of thing is the Panthers, is also on their antennas. They heard you say it as well. If they get the opportunity in your arena to shut up some fans and do that sort of thing, they're going to. So, for lack of a better term, know your role, right? If your role is to be protected, know that. If your role is to be one of the protectors, also know that. And figure out who and where and when and pick your times and pick your places. But the Panthers, we talked about it earlier, and I'm not just the power play for the Panthers is better on the road this postseason. Their winning record is better for the Panthers on the road in this postseason. A bunch of the numbers are more impressive on the road than at home this postseason, and you have to be prepared to combat that in your home arena.
I think their style of play, it's similar to Carolina's. Even Matthew Kachuk said himself, their system and style of play is very similar, not exact, but very similar. And it's a style of play that travels well. You can play this style of game on the road. That's the thing about how they play, their intensity and what they do. It translates both home and away. Mm-hmm. It's not entirely matchup driven for them. If they don't get the matchups, they can't win. For them, they've got 3 lines that can score at any time, and their 4th line is no pushover or joke either. That's the thing about them, is that's what carries them in the postseason on the road, is that they can score up and down the lineup.
And the 3 guys that Reinhart, Greer, and Mikkola are back today, according to Paul Maurice earlier today.
Anticipates.
Yeah, Paul Maurice is. Yeah, he's the one that said it, not me. But with that comes a little bit more depth and a little bit more constant wave of hockey players they trust when maybe you weren't getting that last game.
Reinhardt's a top line player.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally plays in their top line with Barkov and Rodriguez.
So
yeah, you get one of your top 3 lines, one of your top 3 guys back. Yeah,
I told you that was going to be the least fun key to the game. Let's get off number 4 and get to number 3.
Bennett plays it all the way around for Kachuk. Kachuk loses it. Carolina with a chance. Empty net. Jarvis across. Svechnikov hands it off. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina. Sebastian Aho.
Goodness gracious, Mike Maniscalco is better than me, because I would have been Jarvis. Why shoot the goal? He just told you what he saw. What a play-by-play. How professional is that Mike Maniscalco? And he'll be on the call here on 99.9 The Fan for Game 5, like he has been all season for the Carolina Hurricanes. Number 3 does not involve any of those 3 guys that played a little back and forth hot potato for the empty netter. It is simply, can the rookies step up again for the Canes? 4 rookies in the lineup for the second straight game. Game 4 was the first time that
third straight game.
Sorry. But Game 4 is the game I'm referring to. Just me doing things in my brain that nobody else was privy to. Game 4, the win, was the first game in over a decade that almost 2 decades, that a team won in the Eastern Conference Finals with 4 rookies in the lineup.
That's wild.
That's just a lot.
Yeah.
That's just quite frankly a lot of first-year players, and just to be clear, Stankoven is technically a rookie, even though he was in the Western Conference Finals last year.
Yes.
So if you're going like, who are the 4? It's Blake, it's Morrow, it's Nikishin, and it is Stankoven. Stankoven and Nikishin in a lot of ways were difference makers in Game 4. Morrow and Blake didn't do anything to kill you, right? And if you get 2 guys making really good plays out of the 4 and 2 guys not doing anything to kill you, I think we'll consider that a win. But that's what needs to happen, right? These rookies, they need to play like vets. These rookies, they need to be in there looking to make plays. Morrow played, I think we tallied it up, it was like 8 minutes of even, or 6 minutes of even strength.
6:18.
There we go, of even strength. But he did get at least 1 shot that I can recall, see it in my mind's eye, through from pretty good distance. Just because Morrow's out there kind of with the instruction to just hold on, don't do anything crazy, don't hurt us, if he sees the chance, he's got to be willing to make the play as well. These rookies are in a very, very tough spot. That's probably the chorus that we've heard most often from Rod Brindamore. Like, how often have we heard, it's a really tough spot to put him in there? We heard about Morrow. We heard it about Nikishin a bunch. Like, they're in tough spots. Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of dealing with a tough spot by not playing well. They're put in tough spots and they have to play well. Those rookies absolutely need to carry their weight. Rod Brindamore spoke today on what he is learning about Alexander Nikishin, who, keep in mind, he's really never played North American hockey until just a couple of weeks ago. So here's Rod Brindamore on what he's learning about Nikishin.
I think that he's picked it up, considering the language and the barrier there. He's picked up most of the stuff that he has to. There's still a huge learning curve. I can't tell you. I don't want to tell you where, because there's still a lot of areas that he's unsure. But like I said, it is a pleasant surprise, I think. And he's in this time against this team, this time of year, he's done very, very well.
So few things. One, he did get his first NHL point last game, and after they gave him the puck, he did give a little post-game speech.
Yeah.
Emphasis on little, but it was like 3 separate thoughts, right? There was step by step. There was a thing going on. So give him credit, right? The language work is being done, right? It was a speech in English. There was no translator. So credit to him for that. Secondly, the things that don't take communication, you see why everyone was so excited about him.
For sure.
The vision, setting teammates up, understanding what is a good and a bad risk to take. Those sort of things that kind of come instinctually, you get it, right? So if Nikishin and Stankoven, if we get the good versions of those 2 guys, not only could the rookies not hurt you, they could be an advantage that helps you, just like it was in Game 4.
So Rod is referring to all the verbal communication that takes place on the ice. And a lot of it is taking place when on a face-off. Hey, we're in the neutral zone. I'm on the left or right side. If the puck comes to me, who's breaking where? You got to know where guys are on the ice. It's nice that he's playing with Dmitry Orlov, but he's got to communicate with everyone else. Like Freddie, he has to communicate with them. He has to communicate with whomever is the forward line that's out there right now. We've seen a lot of, which I think this benefits Nikishin a lot. We've seen the 5-man group of Jordan Stahl, Jordan Martinook, Logan Stankoven as the forwards, paired with Orlov and Nikishin. Like, we've seen that 5-man group out there a lot together, which I think is a benefit for Nikishin as well, is because Nikishin, everything's in front of him because the puck's going to be in the offensive end so damn much with those 3 guys that are forwards out there on the ice. I think that's a massive benefit for him as well, because those other 3 forwards that are on the ice and Orlov, they're so responsible defensively. It helps him out so much more.
For all of them, for Morrow, for Nikishin, and I mean, the part where you get real nervous is where things turn into improv.
Yeah.
Right? Where you have to switch, where you're picking guys up on the fly, when someone might have to yell, like, you get the guy on the right. and in the moment, you had to be able to do it.
But hey, I've got puck. I thought I had puck.
Stop puck. Like those switch, like those things have to be communicated very quickly. If you're out there with a super, let me think of the fundamental group, right, where everybody is marking who they should be marking and they stick with them and they're not getting lost and he gets to, like, I trust him in one-on-one situations, right? If he just has a guy and it's, hey, let me mark that guy, he can do that because he's physically pretty darn good. Lateral quickness, I think we'll see develop, but it's when things get a little improv-ish that I get a little nervous with the young guys. So, the more calm, cool, and collected you can be, the better. That is number 3. Let's get to number 2.
Just the 2 of us. Another empty net for Carolina. And here's a chance for Stahl. The captain carries it in, and bingo! The cherry on top of the sundae. It's 3-0 Carolina here in Game 4.
I believe it was I'm going to get deep with this one real quick.
All right.
The ancient philosopher LMFAO featuring Lil Jon.
Okay.
That said, shots.
Everybody.
Part of it is the Canes just have to be the Canes. And I think there's a billion little things that say the Canes are being themselves. Dennis, you brought it up a bunch of times, and I've actually been watching it for this one now as kind of a canary in the mine where, like, this is the first thing that'll tell you things are going well for the Canes. If the opposing team is icing a bunch.
Yes.
Like when they get 2 or 3 quick icings, my endorphins start firing. I just go like, yes, Canes are doing them.
Because that other team's not being able to string together 2 passes and clear the puck out cleanly, which means Carolina is tight on their man, not allowing anything clean. That's when Canes are on top of it.
I also think when they're, doubling up the opposing team in shots on goal, you just look around and go like, oh,
like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, the shot merchants, LOL, are back, and that was kind of the first 30 minutes of Game 4. I think I looked up, or I refreshed my screen, and it was something like 19 shots to 8, or 19 to 9. I forget exactly what it was, and I went, oh, Canes are playing Canes hockey.
Yep.
Look at this, right? And it's just those little things that show you things are going, like the Canes are controlling themselves, what they can control. The Canes were outshot in games 2 and 3. In Game 4, they had 28 to Florida's 20. It's not that simple because in Game 1, the Canes outshot Florida 33 to 20, and they still lost 5-2. But for the most part, if you have 2 or 3 or 4 signals that the Canes are playing their brand of hockey, if Florida's icing it a bunch, if the Canes are out shooting them, if the penalty kill is playing well, if they're blocking a lot of shots, Freddie's not seeing a lot. Like if the Canes indicators are working, I think it's a huge part of the production.
Another one on top of that is Florida being offsides a lot because they're trying to find space to enter the zone. They can't have it. They got to pull up at the blue line for someone's a little too quick across. Offsides. When you see that a lot from the opposing team along with the icing, Carolina's on top of it.
Yeah, and by the way, same is true in reverse because Florida tries to do a lot of what Carolina does. If you see a lot of hesitation, and I think that's where some of the offsides comes from, where there is a pass to be made, but you're seeing ghosts. You're like, I don't know, I've made 2 passes that have gotten deflected already. So you almost like, I need, and then offside. So those are the types of things. Basically, this key is Canes need to play Canes hockey. And one of the ways I look at it is shots. Everybody, including you, Aho and Svetch.
Yeah, especially you guys.
You guys are supposed to be the star pupils out here. Keep shooting. Probably the only time, anytime you should take all the shots has been referred to star pupils. That's number 2. Let's hit number 1.
The 1! And for the first time Since 2006, the Carolina Hurricanes have an Eastern Conference Final victory and a 20-save shutout for Frederick Anderson, and the Canes are on the board in the series.
Number one, key to the game. Don't overthink it. Freddie in the blue line. Right? When you think Canes hockey, you're thinking of everything we talked about in two, but that's all tempo and gameplay style. It is, and it should be, simply hard to score on the Carolina Hurricanes. And so much of that, the credit and whether it's his, on him or not, starts with Freddie, right? And we've seen him in earlier series play really, really well. We've seen him at times this year get beat. Again, whether it's his fault or not, whether he was set up for a tough situation or not, he can bail out the mistake. It is on Freddie and the blue line. They have to play well. There's no replacing that, right? They have to play well. I don't see the Carolina Hurricanes winning a 6-5 game.
No.
I think the more that goals are at a premium, the more confident I am in the Carolina Hurricanes. And it's a Freddie thing. It's a block shots thing. It's everything we've been talking about combined for the defenseman on the blue line.
I think the goal prediction, the score prediction that you had in game one, 3-1 Carolina, I think it needs to be a 3-1 Carolina type game. It almost, I hate to say this. I don't want to say I hate to say it, but lean into the boring.
Mm-hmm.
like on all honesty, but I mean it in your play on the ice, lean into the boring of that in terms of how you shut other teams down, how you just, suppress shots and all that. That's what you got to do. That's what they did in game 4. And they did that for 2 periods in game 3. They really did. It was the third period that really was the clunker. But I think that's what they really need to do. Is lack of a better term, lean into the boring.
It's the nonverbal communication. And what I mean by that is we talked about how important it is to score first. If the Canes score first, there needs to be a feeling like that might be enough.
Yeah.
And by the way, if the reverse happens, right? If Florida scores first, is it ideal? No. Is it the end of the world? Also no. But then the defense needs to be able to look at the attack and go, hey, man, 2. We gave up 1. You need to get us 2. And that's kind of if it's a race to 2, I think the Canes feel very confident. If it's a race to 2, I think the Canes should be A-okay. So and Freddie, I hate to say, there's four rookies playing in front of you. There might be a turnover at the midline. There might be Barkov on a fast break. There might be something like that. And if it happens and the score happens, obviously we're not going to kill Freddie for that. But I'll give you a lot of praise if you stop it anyway. Right? Yeah. You can bail out some people. So, number one is simply Freddie in the blue line. Make those guys stars. And to build off of what Dennis was saying about, lean into the boring, don't treat it as boring, right? Treat it I actually think when it's a race to 2,
mm-hmm.
those games are so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time anyone draws their stick back for a shot, you have to hold your breath on could this be the game winner? Is it 9 minutes into the game? It might be the game winner. Every shot takes on that in kind of importance. And don't forget that, the Panthers had scored at least 5 goals in the previous 4 games, including 3 against you, leading into that game where they got shut out. So go ahead and take pride in being able to shut that up. It's not easy. It'll be hard. It'll be difficult, but it needs to happen.
Yep.
Those are my 5 keys to the game. Dennis, did I miss any that you would have thrown in there?
Spot on.
Beautiful.
Spot on.
We're in rhythm.
No notes.
Hopefully the Canes are as well. By the way, we just had some fans come up while we were talking and scan the QR code that we have up here on the tent. We are outside the Lenovo Center. If you don't know where we are, follow the bounce houses. There's the giant Stormy. There's a Canes obstacle course. There's the Gargoyles little shot center.
That's right, the Greensboro Gargoyles.
Back. If you find the bounce houses, we are not too far. And then our tent has a couple of placards, a couple of sheets where you can scan it or take a picture of a QR code to enter to win a Seth Jarvis signed puck. We had some fans come up and do that while we were talking here. So if you want a Jarvis signed puck, we told you how to do it. Now you just have to go out there and make it happen. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. No numbers game today, but we do want to include you in the broadcast. So when we come back, we're going to hit a feedback frenzy. Some of the comments, some of the questions that we've heard from you all over the internet in response to conversations we've had recently. We'll bring them up and we will respond. Coming up next right here on The Drive. Don't go anywhere.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it up. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina, Sebastian Aho!
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Westwood One Sports presents this special tennis update. Under the lights at Roland Garros, 15-seeded American Francis Tiafoe dominated in his second-round match, ousting unseeded Spaniard Pablo Carreño Busta in straight sets. Tiafoe's third-round foe will be fellow American, 23rd-seeded Sebastian Korda, who beat Jensen Brooksby in straight sets. Another American battled in one of the most compelling matches of the day. 12th-seeded Tommy Paul pulled off a thrilling comeback, rallying from 2 sets down to defeat unseeded Hungarian Martin Fucsovics. Defending champ Carlos Alcaraz won his second-round match, dropping his second set before coming back to knock off unseeded Hungarian Fabio Marozsin. There were a pair of upsets on the men's side. Portugal's Nuno Borges knocked out 7th-seeded Casper Ruud, and Italian Matteo Gigante surprised 20th-seeded Stefano Tsitsipas. As for the women, Arina Sabalenka and Iga Swiatek advanced. With this tennis update, I'm Erica Herskowitz, Westwood One Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Down on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated the kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166171 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We haven't gotten the official call on Sam Bennett, but the Canes on the power play. Stankoven out in front to Jarvis. They score. A big power play goal for Carolina to maybe get a little bit of life here. They didn't waste any time on the power play.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Little Darius Rucker bringing us out of break. 14 minutes ago, the Carolina Hurricanes did tweet out the siren sounders for today's game, one of which, Darius Rucker. Which, I mean, if you're down 3-1, you have Darius Rucker sounding the siren, he's got to sing the comeback song, right? One of his songs is called Comeback Song.
Yeah.
It's just, I know it's about I think begging an ex to come back.
Well,
so
yeah, there's
a little different maybe energy, but just off the title, Comeback Song, you gotta, just the chorus, right? This is my comeback song. Just say that part over and over and over again. Darius Rucker, John Shire, Duke men's basketball head coach, and Austin Kroll from Southern Charm, the Bravo reality television series.
Oh, okay.
Are the three siren sounders for today. Actually, we should look into it. Is Duke even coming to the Lenovo Center this year?
Well, I mean, they're playing state once.
They're playing state.
I don't know if it's here or going to be a camera. It might be here. Who knows with the 18-game schedule?
I was going to say, I can tell you. I have it right here. State is hosting Duke, so he will be coming to the Lenovo Center.
There you go.
Matter of fact, State is hosting both Duke and UNC, so they will not be going to the Dean Dome or Cameron Indoor. How many years do you have to go back to find a basketball season where NC State didn't play at Duke or at UNC? Goodness gracious.
Before the
what
ACC
is
was formed?
Happening? What is happening?
We'll dive into that tomorrow.
All right, you're right. Maybe we'll ask Shire about it. When he's here to sound the siren, we'll just corral him and yell at him about the ACC schedules that he had nothing to do with setting because he works for Duke and not the ACC. All right, let's move on. Let's hear some news that I hopefully will be more excited about than the ACC scheduling basketball news that we heard earlier today. And to do that, we're going to a little feedback frenzy where Dennis peruses the internet, our YouTube comments, social media, all of our accounts. He finds the comments, the questions that he likes the best, brings them on air. Dennis, what are we looking at?
All right, so earlier today we had a conversation about Logan Stankoven, the rookie, how he can almost be like the spark, right?
The energy leader.
So this one comes from, make sure I get this right, corporate accounts payable. So corporate accounts payable.
What's
here
up,
on
accounting
YouTube
department?
Chat says, yes, so accounting department said, hey, no player on the team can look at Stankoven and say, I'm working harder than him. That's the spark.
And like, I've played with guys who I like to think, like during my college career, I was a hard worker, right? Show up early, leave late, extra this, extra that. Like I took pride in that. There were guys I simply could not outwork. It was like my body will collapse and you'll still be on not even your second wind. But you try, right? That's how they lead. By their energy is always at 100, so I go 100% as long as I possibly can, and then 90 as long as I possibly can, trying to keep up. If nobody can match the energy of Stankoven, it's in the try that everybody vaults up. And I'm not trying to put Stankoven on any kind of a ridiculous pedestal. It's not like he's out there. He's not Hercules. But he does bring a certain juice that seems rare.
Yeah.
And if everybody is chasing that level and, hey, aim for Stankoven, even if you miss, you land amongst the really hard workers, it's good for everybody involved.
All right, Boris said this on our YouTube live chat. Someone is going to step up and shine tonight. Jankowski, perhaps?
If you do believe that the hockey gods are just and fair gods, he had a pretty sweet goal against Bobrovsky taken off the board in Game 4.
He's owed.
That's one, hey, you know what? I will I'll take the rain check on the sweet goal against Bobrovsky and give it back to me in game 5. That would be a fair trade. So, yeah, maybe. And by the way, Jankowski he's earned his keep. But since the trade where, by the way, he was not a part. Sometimes I see people linking him in with Stankoven as part of the Mikko Rantanen trade. He was like a second trade. It was a real under-the-radar mid-round pick for Jankowski. And I don't know what the expectations were for him. Obviously, he scored 1 billion goals in his first 10 games, and everybody got really excited. But he's earned his keep more than I think expected with the Canes. He's a player that I'm excited about.
All right, earlier today we were just talking about the game in general. This one comes from Quan. This one comes from Quan. Quan says, "Stay fast and hungry, my Canes. One game at a time."
One game at a time, one period at a time, one shift at a time. Like as close as you need to zoom in, right? One pass at a time, one touch at a time, whatever you need, one hit at a time. However far down you need to tunnel vision, I think that is a great way to handle it. If you win this shift and then the next shift and then the next shift, and you just focus on winning each shift, by the end of the game, I think you'll like the results.
All right, this was another one from Boris, actually. You and I had the conversation yesterday about the Canes winning, right? Canes winning game 4. You brought up how, hey, you know what? Sit back and enjoy it, because winning in the Eastern Conference Finals is not an easy thing.
I want to be clear, I was talking to fans.
You were talking to fans?
Yeah.
Yes. So, Boris said, good on you, Tim. Someone with a voice needed to remind Canes fans of what the team has accomplished. Winning the Cup is always the ultimate goal, but improving and making progress like this can't get lost in the Debbie Downer proclamations that Rod has to go. They'll never win the Cup with him as a head coach. Talking about those Debbie Downers.
There's a few things. I draw a pretty hard line, like build a barrier between those inside the facility and those outside the facility, right? And we are part of outside, even though we get, a little access during media availabilities and things. Like when coaches close the doors to the locker room and say, it's us against the world, those people inside the locker room, they have to handle things differently. They can look back on all they accomplished in the offseason or when their career is over, because they need tunnel vision towards the Cup. From a fan's perspective, enjoy the victories along the way, right? If you only celebrate your team when they win a cup, you might never celebrate your team. And that's and through no fault of your own. Like, you're a fan. I know you can get loud, when on power plays and things, and you can impact the game, and you can give the ref a hard time when they make a bad call, and maybe you get the makeup. Like, you can impact the game a bit, but most of that is out of your hands. So when your team wins an Eastern Conference Finals game, and yesterday I had all the numbers, right? If you are the Toronto Maple Leafs, it's been like 8,400 days since you won an Eastern Conference Finals game. The Canes won one 2 days ago. Like, don't let that be lost in the shuffle. Brian Murphy, WRAL Sports investigative reporters, walking down here. Can we get a first goal scorer prediction, Brian? Carrier.
First, second, or third period?
First period,
okay.
Carrier. I'll tell you right now, the people that cover the team are getting creative with their first goal scorer predictions.
We have one person in the YouTube comments say Carrier.
Carrier, Walt Ruff went with Robinson. Not saying these guys can't score, just saying traditionally when we play this game, the smart money's on Svetch and Stank and Aho and Jarvis, but we'll take any of them.
The only guy that doesn't have a point this postseason for the Canes, William Carrier. He's due. That's my point. He's due.
Brian Murphy hadn't picked him until now either.
Exactly.
So that's what's been missing. Appreciate it, Brian. Check out everything Brian does on WRAL.com, WRALSportsFan.com. He's, as far as LinkedIn, to the NIL world, the legislative sports world, he's as good as it gets.
All right, final one here on Feedback Frenzy. This one comes from Joseph. Yesterday, you talked about give Frederick Anderson, give the blue line Jacob Slavin, give them their flowers for what they did in Game 4. Joseph said, what happened in the game on Monday, what happened in Monday's game is the Canes learned that if they play structured, disciplined, and tough, they can win. That's a tall order. That's a tall order to win 3 more, but at least they still have 2 more at home.
I chuckled there. Not because you're wrong.
Yeah.
But because if you think a Rod Brindamore team didn't know that if you play tough, structured hockey, you will most likely have a good shot at winning. I would guess it's like beaten into their subconscious by this point in this season. Now knowing it works and being able to do it are 2 very different things. But I think they were well aware that if they play their system at a high level and within the structure and sacrifice and put in the effort and be where they're supposed to be, they're like, of course, yeah, they're going to win. They have 7 years of receipts that show that with Rod Brindamore coaching the team. I think sometimes it's just hard. And the opposing team is trying to do the same things, and they're professional athletes as well. But I don't think it was like a revelation as much as a confirmation of what they already knew. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We coming up next are going to look towards the Canes' identity, kind of along the lines of what that commenter was saying. But also, I want to remind everybody that we're going live all the way up till 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we are.
We're outside the Lenovo Center. There's no overdrive today because we're staying in drive, pedal to the floor, all the way up till 7 o'clock. Pass things off to Adam Gold for an hour of Stormwatch, and then the game here inside the Lenovo Center.
By the way, you and I talked about this off air.
Mm-hmm.
You might start seeing a lot more Nikishin and Stankoven jerseys. We've seen multiple, just here in the plaza, multiple Stankoven jerseys, multiple Nikishin jerseys already. And we actually checked the rack in the eye.
It feels like it's getting lighter, yeah.
They're a little light compared to what they were going into game 2 when they fully restocked those shelves.
And I'm seeing people go into the eye and walking out with bags. There's a couple in front of us. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple Stankoven or Nikishin jerseys in those bags. But they're talk about endearing yourself to a fan base quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Both of those guys.
For sure.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan will continue. Coming up next right here outside the Lenovo Center, hockey, playoff hockey is coming your way tonight. Back after this.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Stormwatch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it up. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina, Sebastian Aho!
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Support for The Fan comes from Paramount Pictures presenting Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Smart people on every side are close to panicking.
Every choice, every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise is back as Ethan Hunt in his most challenging mission yet.
I need you to trust me one last time.
Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. See the movie audiences are raving about in theaters and IMAX now. Don't miss your chance to see the movie of the summer.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time.
Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets. Choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
Caniacs, raise up. It's time to get loud. The Carolina Hurricanes are in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Join Lenovo in cheering on our hometown team. Let's light the lamp and bring the Stanley Cup to the Lenovo Center.
Hi, I'm Marcy Bailey. And at Bailey's Fine Jewelry, we understand your concerns when it comes to buying an engagement ring. Am I paying too much? Am I getting a quality diamond? Will she love the ring? Rest assured, we prioritize your happiness as much as the exquisite diamonds we offer. That's why we provide unparalleled guarantees to give you peace of mind. First of all, we offer an incredible 30-day money-back guarantee. Secondly, with our unique 100-day price protection, we promise you'll get the best price, quality, and value. But if you find a better offer, we'll match it and give you 10% of the difference. But we don't stop there. We also offer an unprecedented lifetime diamond guarantee. It's our way of giving you confidence throughout all of your cherished moments. We've been locally owned since 1948 and voted the best jeweler year after year. At Bailey's, we're not just selling jewelry. We're providing a legacy of trust. We invite you to shop with us and experience the difference.
Burns is shot out in front. Oh, scores on the power play. Carolina has even this game at 1. A huge power play goal right when they needed it.
This is The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. While you're here, while you're hanging out, go to our YouTube. If you're watching this somewhere on your computer and on your or if you're near a computer or any kind of smartphone, head to YouTube, search 99.9 The Fan, subscribe to our channel. We'd love to have you as part of that community. Check out our videos. We're putting out podcasts. We're putting out videos every single day about the teams you care about, including the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah.
The team that we are here outside of the Lenovo Center for their game coming up later tonight.
And Graham is cranking out videos right now from this show.
Speaking of Graham, first goal scorer predictions. Normally we do them just at 4:33. When we have these monster shows where we go the extra hour, we do welcome 3 more contestants in that extra hour, and we'll be hearing the first goal scorer prediction from Graham Hill, our producer back at the studio. So there's just more and more and more things for you to remember about today's show. For the Canes, for what they need to remember, it all boils down to this. It's like a cheesy after-school special moral of the story.
Okay.
Be yourself.
All right.
Be yourself.
Let's go full G.I. Joe over here.
Don't try to change who you are. Don't try to fit in with the cool kids, right? Just be yourself, and the people that matter, they'll love you for it.
Yeah.
And in this case, I believe it'd be the scoreboard would love you for it. Jordan Stahl, captain, earlier today, talked kind of about that, right? Understanding that their style of hockey can work. This is what the captain had to say.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt the psyche for sure. Obviously, pulling off a good road win with how we'd like to draw it up, like you said, is always a confidence booster. And but I mean, they're a good team, and we have to do that all over again and then some. I mean, it's going to get even harder and tighter, and then. It's just we're gonna have to double down on it and find a way to grease up another one.
Be yourselves. It worked in Game 4 because you were the best version of yourself, and that's how it has to be, right? It doesn't matter what you do. If you don't play well, you're not going to win. But I think the best chance they have to win the game is to do the things that got them here.
Yeah.
Right. I don't love panic. Usually panic is the wrong reaction. Changing things up too dramatically, not saying you don't tweak things here or there or make adjustments. That's part of who you are as well, being kind of fluid and flexible and adapting in a way that's necessary. It's maybe it's a maturity thing, but do you remember? He's my guy because he's a former Delaware quarterback. But Matt Nagy, I think he's the offensive coordinator now for the Chiefs. But he was the head coach of the Bears.
Yes.
And I used to watch the games, and I'm the kind of nerd because I'm paying attention to play calls and stuff. The Denny's menus that coaches have, the laminated sheet that has all the play calls on them, and they cover their mouth with it when they're making the calls into the headset. When Matt Nagy, as the head coach of the Bears, would call a play, he would cover his mouth with the play sheet, and in big font, on one corner it said BU, and it was BE space YOU BU. And it's right in there with Spider 2Y banana, right? It had all the play calls, third downs, we like this, goal line, we like this. Here's, if we need to get a touch to this player. And then mixed in, it was just in big letters, BU as a reminder, I guess, right? Don't try to be someone you're not. Don't try to get too fancy, just BU. And when I was younger, I would tease him, right? I'd take a picture of it, put it on Twitter, oh, you need the Instagram quote graphic on your play sheet to remind yourself, why don't you put live, love, laugh on there too? Right? I'd crack the jokes. But the more and more I become a quite frankly, a media member and an observer and an analyzer of sports rather than somebody that fancied themselves an athlete, the more and more I see teams and I see players get to a high leverage situation and do something completely out of character and go what the heck are they trying to do there?
Mm-hmm.
And play calling is one of those, right? If you got to the end of a game and it's close and it's 28-24 and you have the ball and you're driving to score and you did that by mostly play action and getting your quarterback on the move, and then you go, double reverse pass, but you look down and you saw a BU and you're like, no, get to our bread and butter. What do we do, right? How do we win? I get it. Right? So maybe I was a little hard on Matt Nagy, right? Maybe I was a little too tough on him. The jokes weren't necessary. I kind of wish the Canes today, if they had a play sheet in one corner, it said, be you, right? Do you. Don't try to do anything too much, too little. Just be yourself.
Well, look no further than game 2
when
guys were trying to do too much.
Yep.
And Andrei Svechnikov had a terrible game. And he faced the music afterwards, I made a ton of mistakes. And then Rob Brindamore after the game saying, he was on his own page. We all weren't on the same page today. Andre was on his own page, and that's what we got. Don't go out there and try and be a hero. Be you. And let the moment come, and then when the moment's there, embrace it.
I think a perfect example is game 4, which I've talked about it a few times. 30 minutes into the game, it's 0-0.
Yeah.
But there were all the indications that the Canes were being themselves. They were playing well. They were, the way the announcers were saying it, they were skating on their toes, particularly the blue liners, the defensemen, right? Forward, attacking. They were being themselves. And when I tell you, couldn't really explain it, I was confident. It was 0-0. The Canes were down 3-0, and they had been outscored something ridiculous. It was 16-4 up to that point. But because they finally looked like they were embracing what they did to get there, I was like, no, I feel good about this, right? And there was a power play. No, it was 4-on-4.
Yeah.
And I even tweeted it out. I said, I don't know, I just got a good feeling there's space, and I like Aho in space. And Aho didn't end up scoring, but shortly after it was a Stankoven goal or whatever it was. And it was just I don't know. It was a positive feeling, and that shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't have too much confidence when you're down 3-1, being outscored 16-4, and it's a tie game halfway through the second period. But I was, because the Canes felt like they were being themselves for the first time all series. When they look like that, they feel inevitable. And that's what I would tell the Canes in pregame. I would tell them, be themselves. Or in the terms of Matt Nagy, be you.
Be you.
Be
Just
you.
be more successful than Matt Nagy.
Well, he was NFL Coach of the Year, and they got to a conference championship.
Well, there's that.
With Mitch Trubisky as a quarterback.
Oh,
I don't
Mitchell.
think we recognized how good of a coaching job that was at the time.
Good point.
The drive with Tim Donnelly.
Tipped field goal away from going
double
further.
doink. A double doink.
Yep.
You're right. I think they were a double doink away from the conference championship. Either way. The drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We're not here to relitigate old Bears seasons. We're here to talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals.
All right, we talked a little bit ago about endearing yourself to a fan base. new guys. We've seen a lot of Nikishin jerseys, seen a lot of Stankoven jerseys. I look to my right and see 2 guys with Jankowski jerseys, 77s.
That's pretty good.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
What are the chances? I have this thought at college football games a lot.
What's that?
What are the chances their last name is Jankowski? They're like cousins and uncles and stuff.
You know what? I hope so.
And they're just out here crushing beers, waiting in line to get more, going in to watch, their second cousin from wherever Jankowski's from. By the way, speaking of, there was a Jankowski designated for assignment. I think it was a rehab assignment from the Rays to the Durham Bulls.
Oh, was there?
And I retweeted the news and said, another Jankowski in the triangle? Can he skate?
Yeah.
Let's.
He'll probably score.
Yeah. What kind of grit does this guy have? There's Jankowski is another one that is endearing himself to the fan base. We're not going anywhere. We're live outside the Lenovo Center for more pregame, getting you ready for the for Game 5, Eastern Conference Finals. So we'll see you right back here on 99.9 The Fan after this.
Move your sports day forward.
It's strange to have an Eastern Conference Stanley Cup final with no real hot bulletin board material, but at least we've retired some of the old storylines that date back nearly 2 decades. There's just one left. Can the Carolina Hurricanes win 4 straight hockey games? If Rod can keep them focused, maybe they still have a shot and beat the odds.
Get set up. Join Next Up with Paul Ihander. Mornings at 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Superspeedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Tasting you up, tasting you up. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Only on Prime.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at richielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
This tailgate edition of The Drive with Tim Donnelly is brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com.
Keishan back in his own zone makes a nice play away from Rodriguez.
Keishan looks the part again. There he goes.
Now he'll back in one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are getting closer. 2 hours away from the scheduled puck drop for Game 5 Eastern Conference Final Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, can we get there already? Not gonna lie, these 8 o'clock puck drops. I'm like, come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's get there. Let's go.
I've said this off air. I don't know if I've said this on air. I know everybody was really upset about like the 6 o'clock start times when they were scheduled earlier in the postseason.
Yeah.
I get the upsetness for the disrespect because it's the league saying we don't want you in, or it was an afternoon on Easter Sunday. Like, we don't want you in prime time. I understand why you're upset with that, but I'll be darned if I didn't the game would end. I could have an hour or two to have my adrenaline wear off and still be able to get to sleep by like midnight. That was kind of a nice spot because with the way games end when you start at 8 and then you need the requisite cool down time because you're jacked up from a hockey game, it's pretty darn late. So I understand the upset, and I was upset for it, but 8 o'clock's also pretty late.
And selfishly, after post game and all that stuff wraps up, it's like 12:30, 1 o'clock almost when I get home. I'm like, you know what? I'd like to be home.
But also,
after a win.
But also, I wouldn't trade it, right? All the games are at 8 o'clock at this time, and I'm not.
You know what? If they win, I don't care.
Yeah, we're
if you win, I don't care.
We're sounding pretty darn spoiled right now.
I know. Yelling at these clouds.
Our team is in the Eastern Conference Finals, but the puck drop is an hour later than I'd like. Sometimes you just got to be excited. But we do have to ask a question that we've asked before most games this postseason, which is very simply, who needs to step up? Right? If the Canes are going to win, and actually one of the commenters just said as much, if the Canes are going to win, there's probably going to be somebody unexpected that we look back on and go, thank goodness they stepped up, right? Last game it was Stankoven, and it could be one of the stars. I think Slavin, as good as he is always, found a way to play even better and more and impress even further in Game 4. So I'll put you up. You can bat leadoff. If somebody is going to step up, if somebody needs to step up, who do you see kind of filling that role?
I'm seeing this 2 young kids right here standing in front of us right now wearing Seth Jarvis jerseys.
You're darn right they are.
And I'm thinking, there's a guy who's still really young. Let's keep that in mind. He's younger than Nikishin. Let's keep that in mind.
He fits in better with Stankoven, Nikishin than even Svech and Aho.
Yes.
From where they are in their career development, even though he's got an 8-year, $64 million deal.
Yeah. He's already in year 4 of his NHL career. But to me, that's someone that needs to find the score sheet in some way, shape, or form as well. You could tell he's playing through something. I don't know if it's still that shoulder injury that was bothered him much of last year. Remember, he missed a chunk of time. Seth Jarvis did earlier this season with an upper body injury. He never got surgery on that torn rotator cuff and labrum that he suffered through pretty much all of last season in the playoffs. He's fighting through something. I might guess it's that shoulder, but you still want a guy who's playing on your top line, as talented as he is, who scored 30-plus goals in back-to-back years. Find the score sheet in some way, shape, or form. Whether you get an assist, whether you get a goal, find the stat sheet in a meaningful way tonight.
Jarvis is a fan favorite, right? And by the way, if you make your way out to the Lenovo Center, we have QR codes that you can scan to enter to win a Seth Jarvis signed puck. Just find our tent here right outside the Lenovo Center. We are directly between the Lenovo Center and Carter Finley Stadium. Jarvis has the personality, right? And I want to put that's exciting and it's fun and it's great for the intermission Jumbotron videos and it's great for interacting with the media. I want to put that aside. There are moments where you could just go, oh, I get it, right? I see why everybody loves this guy. You brought it up. He appears to be battling through something, right?
Yeah.
We're just reading tea leaves, right? We watch the guy enough that we kind of know what he looks like when he's 100%, and we kind of know what he looks like when he's grinding. He spent a lot of time in Game 4 up against the boards. He spent a lot of time just, it's hockey, right? On the receiving end of some of the physicality of hockey. But then who made the great defensive play to get the puck out there for the game-sealing empty netter?
That was Jarvis.
Seth Jarvis.
Yeah.
At the end of what felt like he had just gotten beaten up for like 17 minutes on the ice, yet he has the one more burst of energy to get the puck ahead to Svetch, who passes it to Aho. And it's like, oh, I knew it, but I get it again, why everybody loves this guy. He is a fun-loving dude, but he's a hockey player. Like, he's from Winnipeg.
Oh, yeah.
He is a hockey player. And then you see his buddies, like, drove 2 days in a van to come see him. Ha, ha, ha. Then you see him grind an entire shift and make a play a minute 45 into a shift. And you're like, oh, he's also that guy.
Yeah.
He's both. He truly is both. Get you a winger that can do both. My player, if they're going to step up, or that needs to step up, that will step up, Taylor Hall.
Yeah.
It has been a while since we had one of those, like, oh, he's a wily veteran plays, where he sees something a split second before everybody else, when he makes one of those plays that you can only make after 15 years as a high-usage player in the league.
Game 3 or Game 4 against Washington, where he scored to make it 4-2. Made it 3-1.
And when you heard those guys describing that play, and he's like, me and Roslovic made eye contact before Walker secured possession behind the net. And then Walker got it to Roslovic, and Roslovic already knew that Hall was on a break. Like, it appeared as if he was almost cherry-picking, where it was just, why is Taylor Hall so far behind everybody? And then you learn that it was like a glance and a wink, 2 seconds earlier that led to it all. So, like, those are the plays that I think, if he, with his experience, can steal a goal or steal momentum, I think that would be huge in a game like tonight. And I'm gonna like, my pick is Taylor Hall. I'm gonna extend it to that entire line.
Yes.
Kokaniemi out there, Jackson Blake out there, Taylor Hall out there. They can't just be treading water, right? They have to go make something happen as well. And under control, right? It's all of the things we're saying, right? Yeah, you gotta pick and choose your points, but they can't just be a wash.
Yeah, they can't be neutral.
They can be.
Yeah, you can't just be neutral.
There are no lines on Florida whose goal is to be neutral.
Yeah.
So you can't have any lines out there whose goal is to be neutral, because then you're putting too much pressure on all the other lines.
Yeah.
Right? You're asking Stahl and Martinook to do too much, right? When they have their role that they need to fulfill. So I need that line. I need the Kokaniemi, Hall, if they skate in this line, and they shake it up a decent amount at these points. But when those three are out there together, I need them to do something.
They got to find something. They got to generate offense. Even it'd be nice if that line got a goal tonight, obviously, but you got to generate a lot of offensive zone time. And then guess what? You generate a lot of offensive zone time, you force an icing, and you're that other line that's stuck out there. They're tired. Here comes Aho, Jarvis, and Svetch over the boards with Slavin and Burns. And then, boom, now you got fresh 5 guys on the ice. That's when Carolina really starts playing their best. They got to have those kinds of shifts as well. They get, like you said, they just can't be even. They just can't be like, all right, we got some defensive zone time, some offensive zone time, and we're all good. We can't just be that.
Just something as simple as keep the pressure on them and draw a penalty.
Yeah, do that. Absolutely.
Right? Score on the if one of the stars scores on a power play that was earned by Kokaniemi, I'll give him half the goal in my personal goal scoring record book. Like that sort of stuff, it adds up. So, and same with Taylor Hall, and same with Jackson Blake, right? I will give a hat tip to the rookie, Jackson Blake, if he draws a penalty that leads, or whatever it is, right? Just keeps the pressure on and somehow it leads to a goal. I have no problem. I used to do that all the time on the sideline playing football. I'd walk up to the offensive line and go like, hey, I threw the touchdown pass, but that one was half yours. I'd be giving half touchdowns to everybody.
Yeah.
I'd go like, hey, there's a blitz, running back picks it up, I throw a touchdown. I'll make the receiver go over there and give the running back half the touchdown. Does it actually? No, right? We get to keep the stats, but it's the sentiment of it. If Aho scores on a power play, Jackson Blake drew it, you know where your stick taps are going right after that. It is a necessity. So here's how it's going to go from this point forward. We are going to continue getting you ready for the Carolina Hurricanes Game 5 Eastern Conference Finals Stanley Cup playoff game, which is scheduled for an 8 o'clock puck drop here on 99.9 The Fan and in the Lenovo Center, which is right to my right. When we come back, you're going to hear from Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, who's going to help you break it down. He'll give his first goal scorer prediction, some insight into Nick Keeshan, into everything going on with the Canes. And then we still have first goal scorer predictions to get to. So start thinking, if you haven't done so already, who's going to score the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes and in what period. We'll take 3 more official contestants later on in the show. Stick around. Walt Ruff next and much more to come.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it off. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina, Sebastian Aho.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $100 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.35 to 4.58. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night, wondering how you got so behind? Hey, I'm Roger Moore, CEO of Loan Pronto. I get it. Life is expensive now. Insurance, groceries, cars. And then there's the credit card debt with those obscene interest rates. It's time to regain your financial freedom. And that's what we offer at Loan Pronto, using the power of the equity in your home. We have multiple ways to get you the cash you need, and most clients close in 2 weeks or less, and many don't even require an appraisal. And listen, rates have been plummeting recently. We just locked a homeowner in with an APR in the low 5s, saving her over $1,000 per month, and put $10,000 in her pocket. Life-changing money. Whether you're drowning in debt, have a nosebleed rate you got last year, need home improvements, or simply need cash in your pocket, we can help you accomplish this goal in record time. Call us today and get started with no hard credit pull, just a conversation. LoanPronto.com, 919-381-1760. LoanPronto.com. That's LoanPronto.com.
Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Adam Gold and I am in studio with my friend Ryan Monsine from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. I always joked, gutter helmets, can I get one that fits my head? They don't go on your head, they go on your house, and they make sure that you never have to clean your gutters again. Who invented this? This is a great product.
Well, I don't know who invented it, but it is a great product. It can go on the existing gutters. If you need new gutters, we can also put it on new gutters, too. We can take care of any wood rot or anything behind the gutters, and we can take care of any possible problem that we may run into when removing those gutters, because oftentimes they haven't been working for a long time. You may have rotten soffits, rotten fascias, rotten gable ends. So we'll take a look at that when we take the gutters off. And the gutter helmet is going to go over the first shingle, under the second, and it allows enough surface tension where the water clings onto it, water rolls into the gutter, debris falls off to the ground.
That sounds better than getting in the bucket of a tractor. I'm just saying. 800-672-4348, aluminumcompany.com.
Bennett plays it all the way around for Tkachuk. Tkachuk loses it. Carolina with a chance. Empty net. Jarvis across. Svechnikov hands it off. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina. Sebastian Aho.
We are live outside the Lenovo Center, Game 5, Eastern Conference Finals, Stanley Cup playoffs, inching closer. 8 o'clock scheduled puck drop. There will be a 1-hour storm watch with Adam Gold leading up to it. Until then, we are live outside the Lenovo Center. Stop out and say hi. Stopping out and saying hi right now. Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. Follow him on Twitter at Walt Ruff. Just waved everybody out there in YouTube land. Walt, there's some pillars of these interviews that we have to get to. We'll start with this one. Game 4 is pretty awesome. It was a shutout. Canes got the 2 empty netters, 3-0, changed the series. I'm challenging you. Give me something you didn't like about that one. Where do you think the Canes are watching that film and thinking they can get better?
Well, first of all, I'm glad you guys are able to be out here. What brutal weather the last 48 hours after being down in Florida, sunny and 90, and you come back and the last 36 hours have been the way they've been. I was getting nervous for us, but I'm glad we're here.
Cleared up for tailgating weather.
Yeah, Tim, like you said on X, the calm before the storm or making way before the storm, something like that. What didn't the Carolina Hurricanes like about Game 4? I mean, it was a pretty good effort, all things considered. If you had to get really picky and really greedy, let's get that
fine-tooth comb
first goal in the first period, right? I mean, that would have stank, no pun intended, had they played the way that they did through the first 30 minutes and not been rewarded for it. They certainly deserve to be, but of course, as you guys know, in a 0-0 game or a 1-0 game, anything tight like that, and you deserve to be rewarded and you're not getting one, at a certain point you start to feel like it's going to go the other way, right? So it took a little bit, but the fact that they got the first one for the first time clearly went a long way.
At this point, right, with Walker and Chatfield expected out, is there any other choice or any other path to go other than playing Slavin darn near 30 minutes and Burns right on his heels with that kind of a usage rate? Obviously, Morrow didn't get a ton of ice time. Gostisbehere did his thing in special teams, but not a ton of even strength. Like, should we just expect to have Slavin out there 50% of the game?
Yeah, I think that's the way it's going to have to be. And I'm glad that Rod Brindamore has decided to finally go that way. Rod's a very smart man. He knows what he's doing, as is Tim Gleason. But I think it was earlier this series we talked about Slavin's time on ice one night came in just around like 20 minutes. And that's kind of pedestrian, right? If he's the best defensive defenseman in hockey, and you're playing like you don't have a tomorrow, he needs to be out there half the game. A couple Florida guys were asked about him this morning. I always find it funny because a lot of people in Canesland hate Matthew Tkachuk this time of year, but he was very complimentary of Jacob Slavin this morning. I know they played together at Four Nations. So,
yeah, teammates.
He got to see him firsthand, right? But Jacob Slavin is going to have to be out there as much as possible, and if the Canes want to keep this thing going.
The other blue liner that's been talked about the most in the last 48 hours, brand new, Alexander Nikishin. How much better was he in Game 4 than Game 5 against the Caps when he made his debut? And I'm going to get my follow-up out of there ahead of time. How? Like, how do you get that much better in that short amount of a time?
Yeah, it was a huge leap from Game 1 to Game 2, and then just as big of a leap from Game 2 to Game 3. Dmitry Orlov certainly deserves a ton of credit, right? Rod Brind'Amour is consistently pointing to the language barrier being one of the biggest things. Well, obviously, he and Dmitry Orlov can communicate in that fashion, and I got a laugh this morning out of Rod Brind'Amour because he said, I can't explain to you all of the things that he has to go through on this learning curve because there are so many things that as a defenseman you just have to read in terms of assignments and face-off plays and all of that nature.
He said you could talk for an hour about it.
Yeah, exactly, right? And for the sake of everyone's time, it's just nice to see that he's on the right path, right? Because we've been talking about this guy for 5 years now since he was picked in the draft, and everyone's, pointing to the fact that he was voted the best defenseman in the KHL by general managers over there back-to-back seasons. He's about as good of a prospect as you're ever going to hear or see in terms of the hype behind him, at least for a non-first-round pick type of guy, right? So, it's great to see him consistently. It's only 3 games consistently. Probably a bit of a reach there, but he's on the right path. How about that? I'll let it there.
How sweet was the pass to Stankoven?
Well, when I watched it back, that's a play you have to be sure you're making, right?
Yeah.
Because a backhand slap pass through the neutral zone, if Florida's not changing there, it's about a 4-on-2 or a 5-on-2 the other way.
He changed. He was off the ice by the time the goal went in, so it wasn't going to be a minus against him.
No, it was great awareness on his part. You just have to know what you're doing in that situation, or else it gets ugly quickly. But he knew what he was doing, and it turns out it's his first NHL point as a result.
Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, joining us here outside the Lenovo Center ahead of Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I broken record kind of, but can we brainwash Svech and Aho when they have a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 to just shoot the puck, right? Not worry about getting the pretty pass or set. Like Svech, I'd rather have you. I don't know if you don't think it's a perfect shot, rather than making a tough pass to Robinson. Like I want you to take it. Do we hypnotize them? Like, what's the next move here?
Well, that just goes to show how much of a game, how much mental this game is, right? Because Andrei Svechnikov was as hot as any player in the NHL postseason through the first 2 rounds. He has a tough game in the Eastern Conference Final, and all of a sudden he's scared to shoot again. And
even on an empty netter,
yeah,
he gave the tough pass to Aho.
No, you got it.
You got it. No, you got it. It felt like hot potato until they finally iced the game.
It did. It was a real what are we doing here moment. But no, Andre knows he's got to be the guy. Again, you can't repeat it enough. If this team has no tomorrow, they need to play like it. And when you're looking up and down the lineup in terms of who needs to be scoring goals, those 2 guys that you mentioned are right atop it.
There's a few things we need to get to here. I can't go an entire conversation with you without talking about Freddie. How was he able to turn it on? Obviously, right, Pyotr Kochetkov took his turn in net. They went back to Freddie, and then there's a shutout against the Florida Panthers. What'd you see from him?
Well, again, on the mental side, you always wonder how a guy's going to respond. Rod Brind'Amour said it wasn't Frederik Andersen's fault in games 1 and 2, but when you go away from him and then try to go back to him, you're always a little bit nervous about how a goaltender is going to react in that situation. But what I think it was a trickle down of was the fact that the Canes managed the puck well. Nobody's job gets easier than a goaltender when the Canes manage the puck well, because you don't have all those turnovers coming at you from left, right, and center. I should say the chances as a result of turnovers. So it was extremely impressive, and I hope we see that same Frederik Andersen again tonight.
And Carolina did not let Florida get through the neutral zone clean. We saw that in Game 1 and Game 2. Florida getting up the ice with ease, and Carolina they were just tight on their man. They're tight on that gap. And it just seemed like they flustered Florida like we haven't seen so far in this series.
They got back to playing Carolina Hurricanes hockey.
Yep.
And they put their body on the line and absorbed 1 billion block shots in front of Freddie, which that's got to be the best part for Freddie, right? You get a little vibe for it, get your juices pumping, and then Slavin's the one that gets the bruise or stick work or whatever you go with. Walt, we need a first goal scorer prediction. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period? And as always, I will ask for more details if they come to you in the vision.
I'm always going to say first period, Eric Robinson tonight. And I think it's going to be a goal similar to his one earlier in the postseason where he comes streaking down the near side boards and just picks his spot. Everybody surprised, loves it. Canes go up.
I love it.
How bummed. In retrospect, we can talk about it, but Robinson to Janke.
Oh, that was sweet.
It was sweet. The offsides didn't really affect anything, but it was a bummer to watch that one. That was another one. Talk about how they played great for the first 30 minutes, and you're like, if they don't get one, I'm getting a little ominous feeling. When that one got pulled off, the ominous feeling returned right back to the pit in my stomach.
It sure did, and that building came alive. Aside from the intros, that was the most juice that building had all night. So when that came off, that got real dicey for a couple seconds.
It kind of reminded me Game 5, Caps and Canes, where Carolina was down 2-1. Oh, review offsides, takes the goal off the board by Matt Roy, and all of a sudden Carolina got juice and everything from that. It's amazing how that just quick overturned call can just flip your momentum.
Momentum shifts and swings are everything this time of year, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Walt, we appreciate it as always.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Once again, that's Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. You follow him on Twitter at Walt Ruff, joining us earlier today. You heard his first goal scorer prediction. Robinson in the first. Little off the beaten path, but we'd all love to see it. We've been taking first goal scorer predictions from fans here outside the Lenovo Center. Just got from Debbie. She said Stankoven in the first. Just had a Carrier in the first walk by. A couple Svetch in the first. Couple Aho in the first.
Had another Carrier. Had 2 Ahos in the first. Had a Jarvie in the second.
So the fans are kind of all over the board. We need 3 more official first goal scorer predictions, which means we're going to open up the phone lines. 3 more contestants can make their prediction live on air. If they get it right, they will win an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. So we're going to take a break here. Graham will line up the callers during the commercial. When we come back, we'll hear their predictions live on air. The number to call, 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. We have first goal scorer predictions coming up next. Stick around right here on 99.9 The Fan.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot. He scores! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Svechnikov hands it off. Empty net. Bingo! Carolina, Sebastian Aho.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Are you ready for a global summer showdown? Thursday, June 19th at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Football legends collide at the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Inter Miami and FC Porto. Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba taking on Diogo Costa and Rodrigo Mora. Don't miss your chance to be part of history. Grab your tickets now at FIFA.com/tickets.
This is what breaking news on WREL sounds like.
A teenager accused of murder in custody tonight.
From the moments that matter.
Let's take a look at those live pictures right now from Sky 5.
When seconds count.
Authorities say they are very concerned for the safety of the public.
When your safety is the priority.
Breaking news right now, large fire in eastern Wake County. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us.
Watch WREL News. Breaking news coverage you can count on.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination with the best bar in Cary. Experience the ultimate thrill with 16 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks. Apex Racing Lab brings the adrenaline-pumping world of sim racing to life. It's the perfect place for your next birthday party or corporate event. Ready to race? Head to Apex Racing Lab in Cary's McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com.
Today, 1 in 5 working-age Americans has a mental health condition.
People in all types of jobs and at all levels.
And the key to helping us succeed is a supportive and inclusive workplace.
All of us have a role to play in making that happen.
So what can I do to help?
As a CEO, I can set the tone for supportive culture.
As a manager, I can offer assistance and accommodations.
As a coworker, I can listen and be a source of support to my colleagues.
As someone with a mental health condition, I can ask for what I need to perform my best.
I can offer all employees the supports they need to deliver on the job. For the team
and for the business.
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do?
I can remind others
That we all benefit from workplaces that promote good mental health.
mental health friendly workplaces are more important than ever.
And all of us have a role to play in promoting them.
Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
It's time to make your yard the best on the block with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Start by keeping the weeds at bay with Earthgrow mulch, now 4 for $10. Then keep your garden thriving with Miracle-Gro garden soil, now on special buy, 4 for $10. Give your neighbors yard envy all summer long with Memorial Day savings going on now at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
And for the first time since 2006, the Carolina Hurricanes have an Eastern Conference Final victory and a 20-save shutout for Frederick Anderson, and the Canes are on the board in the series.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. When we have these longer shows, we are going all the way up till 7 o'clock, where we will turn things over to Adam Gold and Stormwatch, and he'll take you up to pretty much right up to puck drop. When we have these longer shows, we extend first goal scorer prediction a little bit. Normally we take 3 official contestants, but we take 3 more in the extra hour. And Graham has lined up the callers. If they get it right, one of these 3 official contestants on the call-in line, they will win the ultimate sim racing experience at Apex Racing Lab. Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination. Experience the ultimate thrill with 20 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks. Located in Carey's McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh, visit Apex Racing Lab today and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com. And quickly here, it was last time we were here on the plaza. We talked with the owners from Apex Racing Lab. They were here. They're just huge Canes fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
They had their tickets. They were going on. They stopped by, talked about it. There's awesome packages for parties and bigger groups, and they've got a whole cool setup going on over there at Apex Racing Lab. So
he was telling us that they have like 100 bourbons.
They do.
Yeah.
You're right. He did bring that up. So
all right, there you go.
There you go. So go ahead and check them out is basically what I'm saying. And good luck to our callers. They'll get the gift card if they get it right. First up, first goal scorer predictions, Bo in Raleigh.
Now, keep in mind for these goal scorer predictions, a few have already been taken. For example, Jackson Blake in the first period, Kotkaniemi in the second period, Svech in the third period. All 3 of those are off the board.
So you have to avoid those. It can be one of those players in a different period. It could be a different player in whatever period. All right, Bo in Raleigh. Bo, you are up first. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
Hey, guys. I'm going with Nikishin in the first. I think he's going to continue to build on his performances recently. Got his first point in the last game, so why not go ahead and get the first goal here at home?
All right. In addition to it being his first goal, do you want to give any more details? How, where, when, who else, who's the assist? Do you have any details there in your mind's eye?
I think it's going to be a deep shot, kind of maybe at the blue line. He's got a heavy shot, so I think he's just gonna take it himself. I don't know. There might be an assist, but I like him just to take a shot and bury it.
All right, Bo, we got you locked in. Go ahead and stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you. I don't know if this is the same as, like, you know, people, you get like you're at the beach and a seagull poops on you. It's good luck.
Yeah.
As he was saying that he was picking Nikishin, I actually got bit by a mosquito on my hand.
See?
But I caught him and I won the battle. I'll let you know.
It's a sign.
That's got to be, that's either a good omen or a bad omen. We'll find out in a couple of hours.
Yeah, right.
That's Bo and Raleigh.
hat trick confirmed.
There it is. If it happens, then I have to like go out into like a mosquito-infested forest to make sure I get bit before every game. I will wear that one for the team. Briggs and Raleigh. Briggs, you are up next. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Well, Bo took mine. I'm still going, though, with a Nikishin blast from the point, but I'll go with the second period.
All right.
For that one, but I hope it's in the first, so hopefully Bo wins.
All right. Hey, we've got Nikishin almost covered throughout the entire game.
We do.
Appreciate it, Briggs. Thank you for the call. Stay on the line. Graham will grab that info. And finally, Richard in Raleigh. Rich, you are up next. Nikishin is available in the third if you want to complete the whole thing.
Right.
If you want to go in another direction, feel free. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I say I got to go with a guy that's hot. I'm going to stick with Slavin in the first. I think it's going to be because they're playing the Canes game. It's going to be another forced turnover, and he's going to take it down, and he's going to blast it by Bobo.
So just you broke up a little bit saying the name. I think I heard Oven at the end.
Yeah.
That's Stankoven?
Yeah. Yep.
All
Logan
right.
Stankoven in the first off a turnover.
All right. I appreciate you for calling in. You are locked in. If it's Stankoven in the first, you're a winner, and you'll get that Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. Stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you.
So 6 contestants, and we probably have, like, I would say 2 that are chalky. Svetch in the first. I'm sorry, Svetch in the third period. I'd just say the name Svetch, though. And then Stanky in the first. I mean, I'm going Stankoven as chalk.
Do you know what?
His last 3 goals he scored has been the first one for the Canes.
You ready for this? This is what stood out to me. We have 6 official contestants.
Yeah.
You just listed them. They picked. They at least the first caller had the entire board at his disposal. Right, any player in any period. 4 of the 6 picked rookies.
Yeah.
We're in an Eastern Conference final.
Yeah.
They're trying to block elimination. 4 of the 6, like, tone-setting first goal scorer predictions are rookies.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's a credit to the rookies. It's also a credit to the personality of the rookies. Like, you don't pick guys to score the first goal if you think they're going into this game with their eyes wide as saucers and the moment's too big for them, right? You pick the rookies if you think they're going to be able to handle it. So there's Blake in the first, KK in the second. When's the last time KK scored a postseason goal?
May of
Kotkaniemi, by the way.
2023.
May of 2023.
May of 2023 against the New Jersey Devils. He had 2 goals in that game. Game 2 that second
Svetch
round.
in the third, in which that caller said it's 0-0 until Svetch breaks the tie in the third.
I mean,
that was Nas and Raleigh. And then Nikishin in the first, Nikishin in the second, Stankoven in the first.
Whew.
And you know what? Normally, I'm gonna switch up something I do normally here. Normally, after first goal score predictions, I try to read the trends, right? Who's the fan base confident in now? Who are they expecting to pop? I'm not doing that today. Instead, I'm going to change it just slightly. There are a ton of jerseys walking around, meaning players, fans wearing Canes player jerseys here outside the Lenovo Center where we're doing today's show. Obviously, there's the normals, right? There's Svetch, Aho, Jarvis, Stahl, or kind of a bunch, and
Slavins
and Brenda Moore as a Canes player.
We saw a Team USA Jacob Slavin jersey.
That's pretty dope.
I know, right?
There it is, right there.
I know.
That's pretty cool.
It's awesome. I kind of want it.
We've also seen some more unique jerseys. Team USA Slavin jersey.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple Jankowski jerseys.
Yeah.
We see, like, for how often or for how long they've been Canes, a ton of Stankoven and Nikishin jerseys. Talking about how the rookies have not only earned kind of a first goal scorer like appreciation, but also they're popular. Like, fans like these guys. I saw a Rod Brindamore Michigan State.
I was just about to say that, a Rod Brindamore Michigan State jersey.
That is a throwback.
Yeah. I did see one Jake Gensel jersey.
A Jake Gensel Canes jersey?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You didn't get to enjoy it long. Somebody out there bought a Rantanen jersey, I'm sure.
I saw a Roslovic jersey, 96.
If you get there's these little this is me just telling you how to there's these little they're like thread pulling little knives, like a little X-Acto knife that you can pull threads out. Just take off the Rantanen and it's a Roslovic. That's for at least another couple of games, depending on Roslovic's future. You can get that. You can just pop off the letters and go from there. There was a number 5, and the name didn't say Chatfield. It said Chategory.
Yeah.
So it's a Chategory 5. Like, there are some creative jersey wearers out there. In addition, you can't, like, there's also you can't go wrong, right? You can't go wrong with Stahl or Aho or, like, one of the guys who are going to have a legacy. There's also a Chatfield, just a regular Chatfield right in front of us.
Yeah, I see a Burns jersey as well. Yeah, that's a Chatfield Stadium Series
Might be a
too,
Natchez over there to my left.
Which is pretty dope.
There's just you learn a little bit about your team and about what your fans value by the players that you see walking around with the most jerseys. And I think that's cool. I think it shows that the Canes fans are a educated bunch by who they have. Now it's like a Where's Waldo. I'm just looking for one I haven't seen yet. There's a Slavin. What do we got here? This is one I need him to turn.
That's a Kochetkov.
Yeah, it's a Kochetkov. That's another good one.
So the one thing that we'll say about this, I know we got to take a break here, is about players endearing themselves to fan bases. I think this is true for not just Canes fans, but really for any fan base. But I think Canes fans really fall into this category. They just want a player that, because fans are wanting to accept the new guy that comes in. Like they're ready to, with open arms, accept Nikishin. They were ready with open arms to accept Mikko Rantanen, Jake Gensel. And if you just go out there and work hard and show that you're bought into the team, that's the only thing that fans care about, that you are bought in to what this team is. Because for fans, this team is a representation of themselves. They're an extension of who they are. So if you buy into the team, you're buying into the fans as well. I think that's what we see with Logan Stankoven, that he bought into the team so well with how he plays, his personality and his attitude and what he shows out there on the ice. And then we're talking to a couple of people. Yeah, talked with Logan Stankoven when he did the Canes Corner over here at the local, and he stayed after signing autographs and talking with people. Super great young guy. Yep. And guess what? Now they're wearing his jersey. Now they're getting his stuff. Now they're making signs for him. Yep. Like, it's those kinds of things that endear you to a fan base. You just buy into the team. That's the only thing that fans really, truly care about. Obviously, they want you to do well, but if you work hard and buy in, people are going to love you.
And I do think there are differences, meaning different teams latch on to different skill sets. I think the things Canes fans latch on to is two-way hockey. There are teams out there who, like, their fans, they want fireworks, they want goals, the rest be darned. Canes, like, if you're playing two-way hockey, that's how they fall in love with you. By the way, look at this guy wearing the Nikishin jersey in line.
Like the old school white.
The old school white Nikishin jersey. And it, like, he's an older gentleman wearing the Nikishin. Nikishin's been part of the team for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, he's played 3 games.
And then that's a cool picture. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, continuing outside of the Lenovo Center for getting you ready. I mean, we're here for you, taking in the atmosphere, getting you ready for Game 5 Eastern Conference Finals. More coming up next.
Let's go! It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here's Svechnikov, 2 minutes remaining. Svechnikov with the final, he scores!
Let's go, Canes!
Hall all alone, in on Thompson. Hall scores!
Go Canes!
Wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
The Canes' road to the Stanley Cup runs through us. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle sports leader.
out on credit cards? Struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166171 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Tired of hearing this from your local tire place?
Sorry, we can't fix it. Take it to Dauntless.
This year, skip the middleman and take your car straight to Dauntless Transmissions if you want quality work done right the first time. Transmissions, engine, or brake work, or just a regular tune-up. If it's broke, Dauntless will fix it. For quality work done with the kind of experience that works for you, take it to Dauntless Transmissions first. Go to DauntlessTransmissions.com to book your visit today. Dauntless Transmissions, your local source for exceptional service.
Every season can be punishing for your roof. Mother Nature is a fierce opponent that doesn't take a break, which is why you need RoofWorks on your building maintenance team. Hi, this is Holly from RoofWorks. We specialize in keeping your commercial roof in great condition no matter what the issue may be. We offer roof inspections, roof repairs, and if needed, a full roof replacement. We help determine if there's a problem with your roof and advise you on the most cost-effective way to handle it. Contact us today at roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
Support for The Fan comes from Paramount Pictures presenting Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Smart people on every side are close to panicking.
Every choice, every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise is back as Ethan Hunt in his most challenging mission yet.
I need you to trust me one last time.
Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. See the movie audiences are raving about in theaters and IMAX now. Don't miss your chance to see the movie of the summer.
A pepperoni pizza for the table. May I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Handy Hugo's has a refreshing deal. 2 1-liter Pepsis for just $3. Quench your thirst at Handy Hugo's today.
Make your next tailgate more electric when you plug into a new Ford F-150 or Super Duty truck. Not only do they light up the scoreboard with outstanding payload and towing numbers, with available Pro Power on board, you can turn these Ford trucks into mobile generators to give your tailgate party an extra boost of energy. Visit your Carolina Ford dealer or buyfordnow.com for great offers and to learn more about F-150 and Super Duty. See Owner's Manual for important operating instructions.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Game time is almost here.
Let's go.
We're here live outside the Lenovo Center for the drive with Tim Donnelly. That voice you just heard, Dennis Cox. Graham Hill back at the studio, keeping us up and running. We have to make some picks, get you ready, send you off to Adam Gold. But first, we have heard first goal scorer predictions from darn near everyone. Walt Ruff went with Robinson in the first. Brian Murphy went with Carrier in the first. I went with Svech in the first. Dennis, I forget what you went with.
I went with Jordan Martinook in the first.
I didn't know that. Jordan Martinook in the first. We've heard rookies. We've heard blue liners. We've heard Stankoven a whole bunch of times, but we haven't heard from Graham Hill. Graham, back at the studio. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I'm going from somebody else on the top line, but not a forward. I'm going to go with a defenseman. And again, this is going to be way from right field based on what we've seen Hurricanes fans say about him all season. But I think he played his best game so far of his entire career for the Hurricanes. Give me Brent Burns, all right? He's taken a lot of heat this year, but I think him and Dmitry Orlov Freddie Anderson, Dmitry Orlov single-handedly saved that game the other night for the Hurricanes with their defensive efforts. And I think it's time that Brent Burns gets rewarded on the offensive side. So Brent Burns, first goal scorer. If that happens, I'm buying a lottery ticket tomorrow.
All right.
Hey, Burns has been firing, and I mean, there was a goal scored off his rebound a couple games ago.
Yeah, Stankoven's goal in the power play.
That's not. I don't think that's as out of mainstream as you think, because he'll let one rip. Is what Brent Burns will do.
I need to look and see when Burns last scored a goal.
Nah, you don't do that. That's not how you do it.
Oh, I know. I mean, I know Kotkaniemi's, but.
the last time Kotkaniemi scored a postseason goal off the top of the dome.
Yeah, I know.
All right, we only have a few more minutes here. Let's make some picks. Dennis, set it up, and we'll go from there.
Okay, over/under goals in this game. The line is set at 5.5. Over 5.5 goals is actually a +105.
Gosh, I hope it's under. I think the further under it is, the better for the Canes. So give me the under. I'm on the under. 3 goals wins it for the Canes. I don't know if it's 3-1, 3-2, or 3-0. I'll reveal that later, but 3 goals wins it.
Okay, let's go with shots on goal. Carolina Hurricanes. Here's a shot on goal stat for Andrei Svechnikov. 3+ shots on goal is a +110. 2+ shots on goal is a -280.
It better be over.
Yeah, better be. Yeah.
I don't know if these are my picks on what I think's going to happen or what it better be, or I'm going to be furious. Svech over 3 or more. It's 3 or more, right? It's not
2.5. So
2.5. Yeah.
So 2.5 is a +120.
Yeah, give me the over on that one. 3 bare minimum for Svech. It better be 3. And hopefully that's like I don't know if they're allowed to do this in the CBA. If I'm Rod Brindamore, I'm telling Svech and Aho, anything under 3 shots on goal, you're fined. Like, I'm taking money out of your paycheck if you don't get at least 3 shots on goal, and maybe that'll unlock whatever block they have on just letting it fly.
By the way, last time Brent Burns scored a goal was Game 4 against the New Jersey Devils.
All right, that's not that long ago.
So yeah, he's got one this post.
It was a real trickler.
Yeah, it was like rebounded off a couple of people. All right, also, Sebastian Aho, over under 2.5 shots on goal today. The over is at +105.
If it's under, I'm fining him.
Yeah.
I'm taking money out of his paycheck. I want the over. 4, I want at least for him.
All right, let's also go with saves made tonight. So goalie props here. Sergei Bobrovsky, over under saves tonight. Over under is 24.5. -148 for the over 24.5, +115 for under 24.5.
All right, so last game it was 28 shots. They scored 3 goals, right? But he didn't face them all.
He faced 26.
Interesting.
So he made 25.
Interesting. I think Bobrovsky, you're not gonna beat it. You gotta beat him with quantity, right? You need to get every chance you have to get lucky, and every chance you have to beat him with a nice shot. So I'm going over. Give me. Basically, the theme here is I want the Canes to let it fly,
or
else I'm taking money out of their pockets. I don't have the power to do that.
All right, Frederik Andersen, over under save total tonight, 22.5 saves. That's a -115 on both sides, over or under, 22.5. Last game faced 20 shots, stopped all 20. Made all the saves he needed to make, Tim.
Made all the saves he needed to, which is AKA all of them. I'm feeling a little bit over. I'm feeling 23, 24. Okay. I haven't had a lot of success picking this over. Matter of fact, I've had a lot of success just blindly picking the under and depending on the Canes to block a bunch of shots this whole postseason. But I think with Reinhart back, I think they'll be firing away. So give me 23, 24.
All right, block shots by Jacob Slavin. You're just going to take the over?
Over,
okay,
blindly.
2.5
over.
Minus 148.
Give me the over. 2.5. Give me the over in the first period.
Yeah, no.
Slavin, he's going to play 30 minutes.
I think he officially had 5 last game.
There was a game not that long ago. He had 9.
Yeah, I know.
Like he's hitting over 2.5.
All right, last one here. Time on ice. Alexander Nikishin over under 19 minutes. Time on the ice tonight.
19 is a lot. I'm going under. But I do think he plays a good amount. I think he's in a regular rotation of shifts. I think he plays a lot.
I think he played 18 plus last game. I mean, so he was flirting there with 19.
Yeah. I mean, it's not crazy. Actually, you know what? My initial reaction was probably a little over the top. It's not crazy, but I'm still taking the under. It's also probably like he played really well last game. It's probably, you know, I don't know if he's going to be flawless, right? He's still a rookie. As high as the expectations and hype have gotten, he's still a rookie. So give me the under.
All right. That's what I got for you today.
All right. Then you got to go ahead and do your part. Give us a final score prediction.
I'm going to go 3-2 Carolina Hurricanes. I think we're 2-2 going into the third period.
I'm going
game-winning goal, Sebastian Aho.
I would love that so much. You know, I'm going 3-2. But you ready for this?
All right, hit me.
1-1 going into the third.
Oh, okay.
And then it finishes 3-2.
Oh, gosh. Now you're messing with me.
And you know what? I'm just going to say this, so in case they're behind late, I can still be optimistic. They're 1-1 going into the third. Panthers score, Canes score, then the Aho game winner.
Oh, there we go.
So they got to bow their neck a little bit.
Graham, final score. Give it to us.
Quickly.
I'm going to go 4-2 Carolina Hurricanes. They should have had 4 goals the other night, so that's why I think they get 4 tonight on home ice. 2-2 going into the third period.
Those are our picks. I'm sure Adam Gold will be making some predictions on Stormwatch coming up here. Enjoy that. We're going to take in this energy. We're going to hang out. We're going to enjoy the game. Hopefully you will as well. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the drive. Until then, go Canes. Game 5 Eastern Conference Finals, Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah.
And a few more things. You have 1 more hour to make first goal score predictions. If you can get them to us somewhere with a timestamp, meaning YouTube comments on our live stream, you can send them to me on Twitter at Donnelly Sports, somewhere where they will record the time. If you get it to us before puck drop, we'll count it for bragging rights. So I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to subscribe on our a Whalers Teravainen jersey. Just wait to load to us.
The green one?
The bright green. If you want to join our community on YouTube, we'd appreciate it. Subscribe to YouTube. Enjoy the game. Like I said, we're passing things off to Adam Gold with Stormwatch. It's an hour long.
3 o'clock tomorrow.
3 o'clock tomorrow to break it all down. I hope it is a win. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, as I said a couple seconds ago, go Canes.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5.
Stankoven with a shot.